Good to see you, or good to be with you. Glad to be back for another live. I mentioned the other day, get myself kind of going, ready to speak for at least a few hours, right? Plenty of time for anybody, Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, pagan, of any kind. If you have any arguments from the Bible, okay, we're going to stick with the Bible, and they relate to your belief in eternal generation, I'd like to see them. Now, what motivated me to do this specific live is because, as I said the other day, I will be doing videos and lives about Sam or his arguments and people like him, William, but not as much, or, they'll be differentiated from maybe what are more generally likable shows. But, if you're not the kind of person who wants to be included or a part of discussions that are meant to be severe rebukes and corrections, condemnations, attempts to make it very clear who are detestable and teaching what is false and blasphemous and not supported by the Bible, but lying and pretending that it is, while simultaneously presenting himself as an unfit parent, an unemployed glutton, someone who masturbates on a regular basis. He openly discusses it, and apparently there's something going on here with this woman he's been seeing, right? He keeps talking about this woman. Apparently he did something inappropriate, right? He kind of keeps trying to include her in it. I guess maybe she was there, but from what I could gather, remember with Sam, this is a show about Sam mostly, and his live earlier today where he lied about discussing eternal generation, Psalm 2 from the Bible, which he never did in terms of proving his view, right? It's very common for him, but the lie and the people that follow him who are too stupid to actually think about what's happening, not really focused on them, they're gone, right? Either the Father wakes them up, or they get hit by a car and they, so all of a sudden, the light goes on, maybe. It's unfortunate, right? Well, it's not our responsibility to force people to see the obvious, right? You got someone who's clearly unfit in every single category, and I didn't even get to them all. We'll just stick with his bad biblical arguments today, and his lies about the Bible and eternal generation, and this just ridiculous concept that has no foundation in the Bible or in logic, right? It's clearly retarded. Yeah, you'd have to be deficient in some way, maybe not mentally, right? Again, you could be spiritually retarded, right? We've talked all about it. It's real. And even the other day, diseased mind, Paul said, they're diseased mentally. Gone, right? It's over. So they can't stop. And no one can stop them, right? Look at the Protestants. Protestants put Sam up there. He was abusing people his whole career. Then he turned on them all of a sudden. But they still have, perverts' remorse, right? They want him back. Whoa, you guys are gone, right? There's no hope really for any of them. Some of them can clearly see Sam's a pig, right? He's not fit for any of this. He's just grifting people and lying, recirculating arguments, and trying to get as much as he can with these lives that only show he doesn't know what he's talking about. Again, he's not presenting anything new, and we're going to have a good time today showing very clearly what the Bible teaches in Psalm 2 and Hebrews 1, and what it means to be a son, or to have generation, to be born, to be begotten. That has nothing to do with being eternal. It's the very opposite, right? Just like all their other contradictory views. Two natures in one person. Sorry, not happening. Never happened. Not possible. You believe it not only happened, but you judge us as if it were possible. Gone, right? Look at the people on that side. They're insane, right? They don't have the courage to stand up and say, no, sorry, that's not in the Bible. We don't believe it. Why? Well, because it's real simple. Jesus and the apostles, the ones who fulfilled the Old Testament prophecies, if you're a Christian, if they don't teach it, or if what you teach contradicts it, guess who wins that? Every time for us. Not 9 out of 10, not 100% every time. Protestants say that, but they're lying, right? They absolutely rely on tradition, councils, creeds, and then just say, no. It's in the Bible, right? Okay, well, here's your chance. I gave you a chance the other day in our more generally likable show, apart from Pig Sam, that we're going to get to, right? Full force. You better be ready to go, because Sam shouldn't be up here, and they've let him up here, and even now, when they can see he shouldn't be up here, they can't do nothing about him. So guess what, Fatso? Your mother is back, and I'm gonna spank your ass, right? Even if I have to be in a wheelchair wheeling around with a cane that's really a paddle for a boat, so I can, when I get your ass, that's what's coming, Fatso. If you blow up anymore, he was talking about how he might need a wheelchair if he keeps getting fat. This isn't me, everybody. The Bible says you're not supposed to be fat unless you have a problem, right? Maybe a condition. Maybe it's temporary, right? But do you have a mission to actually get back on track and not be fat? Because if you're actually trying to please the Father and the Son, the Holy One, Spirit, what kind of temple is that, right? Let's look at Sam's temple. He's fat. He's got all kinds of dysfunction mentally and down there, right? Where's the Holy Spirit? Right? The Holy Spirit, whether it was with Jesus or any other person, you just touch his garment, right? And your condition is healed. You touch Sam, you're going to lose your penile function, right? He's got the opposite spirit, right? He's got a curse. He's been cursed and bound. I'm going to maintain that on him. Sam I will maintain the curse and boundness. He's just stupid and ridiculous now, right? Everyone can see it. I'm going to pound him down spiritually, right? Same with William and him and sodomy. Although maybe, right, we've talked about it. We don't know what's going on there. We know they're perverts, though, spiritually, and the sodomy spiritually is in the Bible. So when we talk about Sam, this is how we come after him, because this is how Sam comes after everyone and their mothers, right? He doesn't care, everyone. He's up here to steal their money, not work, set a bad example, cause divisions among everyone, act like a baby, and cry when he's not getting enough attention. Oh, do you have to do a competing live stream, little fatso? Is someone actually getting more views than you because you're not live right now and no one's with you? Where's your relationships, fatty? You're with the biggest church on the planet. You mean to tell me what'd you do with that woman? What happened, fatso? Spit it out. Spit it out. Okay, we don't need this cryptic, intermittent revelation of your bad behavior. We get it. You're a pig and a pervert. We know. Okay, there's no question about it. Only the people who are with you, who are also like you, so they're hoping that, like you, if they're as bad as you, they can somehow be accepted. And that's only in the Catholic Church, right? They'll take anybody, everybody, including Sam and all these perverts. Doesn't mean everyone in there's bad. I don't believe that. I'm sure there's good Catholics. I know some good Catholics. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the church that lets this fatso, this pervert, this child abuser, right? We all saw it. I discussed it because I had to. I had to come back because Sam is fat and he had his daughters and he couldn't stop, right? Guy kept doing live stream after live stream after live stream. He just couldn't stop. Daughters like coming in and say, hey, dad, hey, fatso, hey, fat dad, even though you're like gaining a lot of, we love you, right? We want you to come and have some ice cream with us. All right, let's go get some food, fatso, dad, I mean. So can you stop the lives? Okay, we've heard all these things before. We've seen your videos, right? Just ask yourself, if he's so good in all these videos, why does he have to do the same subject over and over again? Is everyone that stupid, right? Or were those videos on the same subject just that bad, right? He has to come back to it again and again, over and over, that many times. Why not just say, hey, I've already talked about it right there, that time? Because he needs your money. He needs your views. He needs your attention. You're supporting a non-Christian, and how you never saw that, assuming you see that, we'll never know, because we've always seen that. But sometimes we make mistakes. That's true. We can accept that. We can also accept that Trinitarians liked Sam defending their views aggressively while fat and attacking everybody and their mothers. Yes, he did. It was worse then, probably, than now. He's too fat right now. He's losing his power now. So he doesn't have all that energy anymore to be as destructive as he was. Sorry, Sam. You knew this time would come. And I'm going to make sure it comes with full force. And there's no rest for you. He can't sleep at night. He has no rest. He has no peace. He's not serving the God of the Bible. Please. He's a pagan. He's out here trying to steal as much money as he can so he doesn't have to work while he attacks the IRS, governmental entity that God put in place, you pervert. Every single thing this guy does is bad, and the Catholic Church accepts him. Look at all their horrific child abuse. Look at all the people they accept who do those things. Okay, this is not a Christian church. They're pagan. The most obviously pagan church on the planet. Okay, you want to go there? You want to be Catholic? Good for you. I'm not here. I don't picket or try to prevent people from being a Catholic if they want to. That's you perverts. That's you Catholics, Protestants, and Orthodox pagans who have for centuries infiltrated, attacked, persecuted, and killed non-Trinitarians and yourselves. This is ridiculous, right? This is insanity. Speaking of insanity and ridiculousness, eternal generation, everybody. Did you see Sam today? Ho ho. Right? I mean, he's had some bad days, right? We all know. And we've all had, but Sam, he comes up here so often, right? And he can barely get through these shows anymore. So, the most you can hope for is a good thumbnail every now and then, unless you hit with and eventually he'll attack you. Either way. The problem is Sam doesn't have any arguments. He acts like he does. He lies, right? He's just a good liar, everybody. He's a good arguer for lies. Big deal, right? I'll take someone who knows the truth better than that fatso any day. And he couldn't even last 10 minutes acting that way. Well, I was just being my normal self with no preparation, just hearing a fatso attack me in a way when he should have been talking about himself and how undisciplined he is, how immoral he is, and how he's going to try to be a better person. And until he does, he's going to get off these live streams because you need the time to get better, fatso. You're not going to get better until you commit yourself to a more normal lifestyle. We don't need you out here, okay, buddy? We don't need any of these videos about your lies and fatness. Okay, you've got a handful at most of videos that might be useful, I guess. Out of what? A couple thousand? So give it a rest. You're wasting your time. This isn't for you. You don't have even enough money from your attempted thievery to buy good shoes or pants that fit you. You said the other day you have to wear shorts because you're so fat now. So everything is wrong for you, Sam. I'm helping you, okay? You got to understand, Sam, there's no one around you who cares as much about you as I do. Isn't that interesting? I know it sounds a little weird, but guess what? When someone cares about someone, they tell them the truth because they don't want them to become a pile of garbage or get in a wheelchair like you said you predicted for yourself the way you're going, so that your daughters have to give up their life to run around and wheel dad to donut shop to buffet every day. Right? I mean, you're literally planning the destruction of your daughter's life by not getting a job, by not taking care of your fatness, and by shutting down your lives so people don't hear your blasphemies all the time and your pathetic whining and have to look at how pathetic you've become. Okay, it's not good, Sam. You're putting a bad face on Christianity, my friend. And that's why I've got to get up here and tell you, no, you're not only wrong about the Christian witnesses of Jah. You're not only wrong about the Trinity. You're not only wrong about everybody, pretty much, and their mothers. You're wrong about every single thing you say about the Bible when it comes to the Trinity. Everything. I put down a challenge just the other day. I said, give me something. Give me something. A tax collection of tax. I was about as open as I could be about it without basically saying I don't need anything, right? And you still gave me nothing. None of you gave me anything because you have nothing. And we get sick of hearing this fatso get up here, mock us, mock our God, lie to people, not work, get fat. You think God likes that? You think the Messiah who went through all that likes to see that and hear that? I don't think so at all. And that's why I'm here to erase it all. His live stream might as well never have happened. But since it happened, what does anybody have to say? If you heard Sam's live today or any day, or even if you didn't, right? I couldn't blame you if you've turned out that fatso by now. Well, I'm going to make sure he goes out. So I'm going to listen wherever I have to. But let's just say you're someone Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, pagan. Where is your argument from the Bible? Eternal generation. I'm right here, right now. I can bring people up, but I need to first see you're someone who has like a legitimate point, okay, to talk about. I'm not just going to randomly. I don't have to do that. I'm not here for that bullshit. I see all these clowns out there, right? There's so many clowns out here. You guys be careful, okay? I'm sure you can tell who I'm talking about, right? It's so obvious. And if you're confused at all, just look and see. Are they confused at all about Sam? That's the number one indicator. This person's a clown. Okay? Anyone who supports that fat pig, that blasphemous clown, that pervert, there's your number one sign. Clown. Kook. Okay, right? Pagan. Someone you should be really careful about, especially if they're like on the fence, right? I've seen some Protestants, man. I mean, their anus is probably hurting more than a homo after sodomy, the way they're straddling that fence, right? It's disgusting. But they keep doing it. So there we go. Right. No, he's never coming back. You should never want him back. And you should never have wanted him there in the first place, which is proof you are gone. So assuming you're not gone, or even if you are gone, like Sam is gone, do you have anything, right? Did the guy teach you anything today? Did anyone learn one single thing from this fatso today? Right? He was live for 2.5 hours, okay? He could have had a part-time job. He could have been working a full-time job. He could have been helping the poor and the lowly. 2.5 hours today. One thing I want to know. And I'm going to be doing this often because, again, with fatso, This is his stream. This is where I take direct aim at someone who's taking direct aim at me in blasphemous, ongoing, perverted, and scandalous tones. Okay, he's not fit for any of this. Never was. Shouldn't be on live. And until he's gone, I'm showing up. I'm going to make it very clear in case, we get the rapture here. I want to see if I can time and make sure that happens at least while I'm letting Fatso have it. All right. Does anyone have anything to support eternal generation? Right? That's where we'll start. Now, I'm going to show you how the Son was created at his resurrection. I'll go there right now while you're thinking. We've been going for, about a half hour. So, thumbnail will give people time. Got plenty of time. Right? Where are these arguments? Right? If Sam's lives are so important, they're so necessary, and they help. If you look at his fanboys and fangirls, right? The spiritual sodomy community, they just say the stupid. It's clear they're just making stuff up, right? It's so over the top, especially for Sam, right? They're not even discreet. They know that Sam, he doesn't care. He's such a baby and immature. They have to build him up, and they have to avoid, any thought that they're not, bowing down to his fatness, right? Just watch your head when it comes up, because you go too low, you might go underneath him. Either way, so eternal generation, huh? Yeah, that's not another thing like the Trinity has to be believed or you're not saved, where it's like all these big pagan groups, right? They're like, you have to believe this or heretic, right? Gone. Oh, and if you do believe Trinity or eternal generation, if they subscribe to that, they'll let you say anything, right? You can pretty much, I guess, slander anybody and their mother and lie about pretty much anything, as long as you say, I believe in the Trinity, right? I'm Trinitarian. Mm-hmm. I'm a Trinitarian, and now I'm going to slander you. I'm going to, like Sam says, I'm going to annihilate. And now I do that to him because, again, I'm responding, right? Cause and effect to him and them bringing him forth over a long period of time, many times, even though they knew every single time he never should have been brought forth. He wasn't qualified. He's a pervert. So why that ever happened, let alone happen multiple times, let alone anyone is even thinking in their mind, let's see if we can bring Sam back, right? Bring him back to what? So he's on your side defending your version of Christianity and being a pig? Oh, so you don't really care. Got it. Who do we have here before we actually see if anybody has an argument, right? Is there an argument out there? Like, again, we're not talking about an interpretation. Anybody can interpret anything pretty much to mean anything. Yes, some are more obvious than others. Fact is, though, if all you have is an interpretation, it better be like really, really clear and almost undisputed. Like that the missing verb in the apostolic decrees in the book of Acts is drinking and eating blood, right? While not 100%, we talked about this last show. See, you should see that show. A lot of good stuff in the number one Trinity discussion show, where it's kind of different from this show, right? This is a Sam show, or at least this is an extreme apologetics. We're going to take people out show, right? We're taking them out spiritually the way Paul and Peter took them out, because they had to be condemned, right? They're detestable, right? Paul said, you're an evil beast, right? Pig. That was Jesus' word. And dog. So, and no, I'm not talking about the woman, the Samaritan woman who's talking about the crumbs off the table. No, I'm talking about throwing your pearls, Bible things, right? Teachings before pigs and dogs. Right. That's Jesus saying, no, don't do that, right? Don't do it to that person who's a pig and a dog. So I'm not doing that to Sam. I'm knocking him out, right? Coming right up to him. Hey, fatso, what are you doing getting up here every day acting like you know what you're talking about? Oh, guess what? Even though most people around you are stupid or intimidated by your fatness, I'm not. And I know that you're stupid, ultimately. No matter what kind of an arguer you are, that won't mean anything to me. We saw that in 2 minutes and then the next 8 minutes before you killed yourself. Live with Big Fatty. So if you guys were on your mopeds, that would have been a double fatality. Good for you, Big Fatty. Either way, you were there with him, so essentially you both did crash out. But maybe your fatness made you guys roll out. Hopefully you had a helmet on. But can it fit? What kind of helmet would work there, right? You would need like a helmet that fits like the juggernaut, you know, like a big dome that just encompasses this big fat mound with no neck, right? It just goes from the ears down into the shoulders. And so it can like pay attention to the gastrointestinal sounds, right? Or the digesting all that Kit Kat stuff. That's sick. And these guys should be ashamed of themselves. They really should, right? They know everybody. That's why they don't come around anymore. They know they've been blown out. They know I have knocked them out and proven them wrong in every way. Their whole angelology is gone, right? Garbage dump. No evidence. That'll be another show, right? Show me in the Bible where it clearly teaches this angel is uncreated, right? Again, not just you interpreting it in a way that the Bible actually interprets it by saying that it's an angel speaking as God. No, that doesn't say that angel's uncreated. It just says that angel speaks for and as God. But they're not God, perverts. We've proven that over and over again. And he keeps lying about how many angels even do that in the first place or the second place. And so there's no place for Sam or any of these people anymore. That's why they don't come around. That's why they're just trying to kind of circle the wagons, right? As they go down, there's nothing left, everybody. So you just have to watch yourselves. Try to stay positive, okay? These guys are gone and they don't have anything to offer you. Not unless you're going to pay them a lot of money. Then maybe they'll make it seem like they give you something. But even then, I doubt it. We've got something. You've got something. You've got the Bible. You've got the relationship with God through the Messiah, and you understand the Holy Spirit. Keep doing that. Keep praying for forgiveness, and he will bring you closer and closer to him and all of us together. And so will continually grow while they continually die. And those of them who see why can come in and confess and repent and embrace one God the Father. One Lord Jesus Christ, made Lord, the glory of God the Father. He's a radiance of that glory. And no, being the radiance doesn't mean you're eternal, because to be the radiance, you have to actually see it. Someone actually has to be outside of the glory in order to see the radiance of the glory. So when God's alone, it's just the glory, fatso. And then after all things are created, including Jesus, people can see the radiance, proving he's created. Same with character, it's game over, right? Speaking of game over, everybody, I'm not even going to have to deal with any of that. I'm going to show you something else. The resurrection creation of Jesus from the dead. That's right. It's so obvious. Taught multiple times. First, let's go to Hebrews, right? Sam has no clue, right? We've seen this numerous times. It's over, right? That's why I give it. It's like, hey, where are you guys? We've blown you out. It's over. We know that. So you're going to go in this, you're going to try to avoid us, ignore us mode. Fine. We don't care. We know the majority of people aren't going to like wake up all of a sudden and start giving up associations with all you pagans and lose, standing with universities and seminaries and churches and just for what? Just to worship the God of the Bible the way he's supposed to? Yeah, but we know you're not. So we're not expecting this mass conversion. That's not how the Bible talks. Let me show you how the Bible talks. Okay, so here we go. Oh, I didn't greet everybody, did I? I should do that. Let me do that. Real quickly. Pumped up, right? Because I saw Sam was fat today and he wasn't making any effort to try to become a better person. And his daughters have been traumatized, right? So it's over in terms of any hope for him. No. And all the blasphemy. So I don't care. No, I have to make sure. I'm going to make sure Sam is irrelevant, right? It's just going to happen, right? He's not going to linger in anyone's memory other than as a defeated pile of garbage, right? As a blob, right? Sam and his blobness. And he is, if you see the photo, right? I put it on the post. I add a little, protection for him. He needs it, right? Sam, that's why women wear those. That's why women wear bras, Sam. Did you know that? They wear them so that they don't sag. Okay? If they're not, they want to look, nice, but they're trying not to sag. So Sam, unfortunately, you're a man who has, you keep saying you have a food addiction. No, Sam, everybody's addicted to food, right? We have to eat to live. So you call it an addiction. You're addicted to bad food, Sam. See, I eat food all the time, but I'm not a fat blob and I don't need a bra, right? But you do. So I'm looking out for you. That's why I said earlier, I care for you, Sam. No one around you will talk to you like this because they're afraid of you. And probably they want to get something from you. To be honest, Sam, they're using you. You know that. That's probably why you attack them pretty quickly after they become something. So it's like this love-hate relationship. It's sick, right? Everything with Sam. Okay. Let's see. I'm noticing, I hope the video doesn't freeze up a lot. It seems, okay, let me try something here. Okay. For a second, it looked like it was freezing up. So anyway, Sam does this to himself, and he attacks everybody in the worst possible ways. He deserves all of this, and he's going to keep getting it. Because quite honestly, if you've noticed, it works. Now, he'll try to, he'll still try. Won't matter. I'm going to keep reminding him of all these things that he does, and so until he changes them, he's just going to have to deal with it. And Sam, if you don't like it, well, that's your problem. Everything I'm saying is actually true. I'm not making anything up. It may sound funny, but it's actually true. So what am I supposed to do? And, you're a problem, right? Sam is a hostile enemy to Christianity at this point. And he's been for a long time. So I don't know why anyone would be easy on him in any way. Yes, there are people we are supposed to be, we're not supposed to be hostile and condemning to every single opponent or person we talk to that's different or disagrees with us. But there are many, as I talked about in my several of my recent videos, Severely Reproved video comes to mind. There are many texts that also talk about people who are detestable, evil beasts, okay? Pigs and dogs. You don't give them nothing, and you shut their mouths and condemn them to their face till they change if they do. You don't agree with that? Well, that's you. Well, okay, I have biblical texts that show very clearly that is appropriate, and I don't quite honestly see how anything else could be appropriate at this point, right? No one is doing anything else to stop Sam. So someone has to stand up and actually knock him out. That's why David had to get up and knock out and cut the head off Goliath. You think that's what he kind of wanted to do? No, he was out tending sheep. This fatso kept coming up and taunting the battle lines, mocking our God, mocking everybody. Guess what, fatso? You're not going to be mocking anyone for very much longer. Not when that head's off your shoulders, spiritually. We're talking about Goliath. But Sam, we'll see if the Muslims get you. Either way, Unitarian pre-existent subordinationist. That's a good name. Good to see you. Czar. Brandon, what's up? Good to see you. GL on fire. Pink Moon. Let's see. Terry. Sola Scriptura versus traditional era. Okay. Well, I have videos on our view, Solus Veritas. I think ultimately Sola Scriptura would be you adopting traditions because the Bible alone doesn't present you the teachings that you require others to believe, like right now, right? Maybe. I don't know, Terry, do you believe in the eternal generation? So where would you say that only in the Bible, well, using only the Bible, excuse me, It's clearly taught that the Son is eternally generated. Eternal generation. Mr. Deckard. Good to see you. Okay, and I'm also kind of looking for, I don't see any Trinitarians presenting arguments yet. Yeah, Mr. Deckard says Sham is running to the XXL shorts. Well, I posted in the community an older video I did where I had Sam, where he was attacking someone else who was overweight. He was calling them, fat and a fat slob and all these things, right? Going insane. So he was calling them a fat slob. Excuse me. When he wasn't as fat as he used to be. So I took one of his several years prior videos where he was in a classroom teaching kids while fat. And he was wearing those shorts because when he's really fat, he says he has to wear shorts because the pants, I don't know why. Maybe he doesn't want to keep having to buy pants. I think he said one time he doesn't want to have to buy clothes that won't fit him as very, very soon. That's understandable. So I understand that. Why don't you get some expandable pants, Sam? I think for fat people who have that fat belly, then that it kind of absorbs their genitals, for you, and they make those expandable low bellies, right? Right. Whatever they are, they have that expandable front waist, so you can and for pregnant people. So maybe if Sam goes to a pregnant woman's store, a maternity store, and he asks them for the pregnant woman's pants, then he can wear pants, right? Sam, don't worry. So what if it's a woman? Then people aren't going to know. They're not going to know they're women's pants because they can see that you're overweight. All right, let's get back to the list. Who's here? What's happening? GL, Mr. Decker, Yannick Castell. How often does Greg get people who challenge him? It depends. And I haven't been doing as many lives. So maybe as I do more lives, it'll pick up. I'll be here for several hours though. So and Sam knows. They all know if they're available, right? And Sam doesn't have anything to do other than, eat and masturbate and then prepare for his next money grifting live. So he's probably going to watch me for as long as he can handle it before he breaks down. And then he's either going to do one of those things I mentioned, or he might he's got a scheduled live later, but Sam can't handle it. He's emotionally unstable and out of control. So he could break down immediately and do a live just for no reason. Right? He's not a normal person. Okay. They are promoting and supporting, someone who's not qualified, right? We can feel if Sam didn't do all these things, right? If he didn't attack people and slander people and lie about the Bible and attack Jesus and get up and attack his own brethren, right? Doesn't matter. It's not just other people he attacks everybody and their mothers. If he didn't do all that and he actually got a job, and he still had these situations with his daughters, but he worked and he became responsible and he put in effort to have them here and to go see them. And he was trying to get his life together. If Sam were doing that, then I think people would be more welcoming to him. I know I would be. I'm reacting to Sam the way he is right now and has been for a long time, which is in direct attack to me in large part. So, but if Sam were to somehow realize, have a conversion, basically, it's going to take a miracle. If he were to say, this isn't working, right? My penis is dead and I'm fat and I can't keep lying like this. So I'm going to maybe just do a live every month or so. Even once a week, right? That would be kind of normal. Whereas with Sam, it's multiple times a day and it's insanity. So he's off the chain and he's going to have to dial it back, right? If he wants to regain control of his life. Sam, if you want your life back, you're going to have to, all that time you're spending on these lives to get attention and money and lie, you're going to need to put that time into these other things. Sorry. That's what normal people do. You're just gaming the system because a bunch of idiots are willing to pay you money to keep telling them what they want to hear. Good for you. But the downside to that is you're not going to be able to do as much. And your daughters are going to eventually resent you. And people are going to think you're a pig. And that's what we do believe, right? Because you are. You know, this is not like a secret, Sam. We know you and the devil and people like you don't like to hear the truth, even though you know it's true. So fine. But the fact is, that's the reality of it. Okay. No one's making anything up here. What's going on? Where's the eternal generation, right? This is about Sam though. So this is it, right? This is what I was talking about. We're not going to do this as often, although maybe it will be, but it'll be clear. This is a Sam show or a show where we're going to like be more aggressive, more extreme. We got perverts. We need to condemn these detestable, evil beasts, pigs and dogs. Okay, this is the extreme end of the rebukes that we see discussed in the New Testament. It's not every time, but it's for these people, Sam, William, and these types of fatzos. So, who lie? Right. You have to lie, you have to be fat, and you have to attack other people. If you do those three things, it's over, right? We're going to have to deal with you if we're involved. If you're lying and we're like, you direct that lie and fatness towards us, then it's over, right? We can't have that go on. Now, if you lie and you attack us and you're not fat, well, then you won't be subject to as much criticism, right? Because you don't have you're not violating the Bible. You're not disgracing your father. You're not a pig, right? You'd have to be doing some immoral things or disgusting things and to be a dog or something. See, Sam, he gets all those. So it's not really a question, right? It's not me having to stretch to make these applications. He's the guy that you read about, right? He can change that. I'm not saying Sam's, as I was saying, he could change if he did. He had a conversion. Well, then it would be easier to accept him. You know what I'm saying? Because he's putting in the effort. He's actually doing the things that show he's trying to be a responsible person, even if he masturbates and occasionally offends people. And, see, the attacking, there's things he does that are just not acceptable no matter how responsible he becomes, right? Nevertheless, Sam doesn't have any of those mitigating factors. Now, we can see that David Creason here has no answers. He's gone. He says, you need to see a therapist about your lust for Shamunian. Now, we know this isn't true. We have videos and we've seen this before. Sam has, in fact, manifested effeminacy towards me, David. I have a video out there. It's called, that's like a three-part title. Part of it is he manifests effeminacy and becomes a cult leader. And in that video and in the live that it's clipped from, it's not that old, Sam actually, he manifests. He manifested as the demon Gollum from Lord of the Rings. He started talking to me because I did a live to criticize his live because he was out of control. And this was after him and William the Fatso were mean to me in 10 minutes and kicked me off after insulting me 5 times, right? And William wasn't even supposed to be there, right? He interrupted things. I was trying to talk about Sam, about my religion and someone I've known a long time. So we have all these problems, right? We have all these problems, we have all these people, but nevertheless, Sam, after he manifested as the demon Gollum, David, he lusted after me. He became effeminate, live. And it's right there, okay? He became effeminate, and he started to do things. He winked at me, did that, winking at me in a hitting manner. He was hitting on me. He also, during the same time and in that same show, I believe earlier, or at least recently to it, went on rants, lustful rants about a man, Bo Branson, that was so inappropriate, it got multiple women in the audience, one of whom was married, to lust after this man that Sam was lusting after. So you're telling me I'm lusting after Shamunian, when in fact he lusts after me, becomes effeminate and lusts after me. He actually depicted me as a woman, David. Okay? He effeminized me and put me on a thumbnail, many of them, but and he broke, he went insane. We remember the period a few months ago when Sam went insane? He went totally crazy because I blew him out, right? It was bad. I beat him up really bad spiritually. I exposed him with the multiple lives, right? This is when I went and annihilated him. So he went insane and he put this picture of me. David, if I'm lusting after a man, well, then that's what I would do. I would effeminize them. No, I just put the picture up and I just show if they're fat, and then I had the accompanying feature, right? The Kit Kats. He turned me into a woman. So what does that say, David? What does that say when someone makes you into a woman and multiple times and manifests effeminacy, starts talking like a woman, it winks at you, and he puckered his lips? I'm not going to do it because, and there was an anal quality we talked about. So there was something going on there. And he's the one, David. Okay, unless David, are you Sam? That could be Sam right there, because that's what he does, right? Sam is the ultimate in multiple accounts and identities. You'll never know. Never. But you can tell sometimes. I can tell. And in this question right now, David, you're bringing up effeminacy and lust. See, these are Sam's. These things are always on his mind. Remember the other day when Sam said since he was a teenager, he's been fat and a pervert. He said he's been struggling with his abusive lust and bad appetite since he was a little fatty, right? He was showing a picture of him in school. We couldn't really tell how fat he was, but he didn't look, whatever. It was when he was really young. And then he said, he's been struggling with his masturbation and sodomy since he was a little kid, right? That's what he was saying. I don't know about the literal part on the sodomy, the spiritual. And he has been masturbating since he was a teenager, he said. He's had problems with that since a teenager, plus the eating problem, right? Being fat. So with Sam, right, these aren't new. These are ongoing problems the Holy Spirit has never been able to solve them, right? And it's ongoing proof that he doesn't have God's Spirit and he's not a part of any group that has it that could heal him. Right? No one has poured oil on Sam and tried to, get rid of the demons. I think maybe if you poured melted Kit Kat chocolate on his body and you let it harden for 15 minutes, maybe, it's worth a try. Anyway, let me just say it, make sure I get everyone else here. Chris Oreva. Good to see you. Prophet Uteth. Doesn't it matter if he's fat? I don't know if you mean that for me or not. It does matter. Look up fatness and gluttony in the Bible. You're not supposed to be fat. You're a disgrace to your father, okay? Now, if you have an eating, some people are fat and they know that, right? They're not like they work on it. They work on it or they have a problem, okay? And if they have a problem, they don't then put themselves up as a model to follow. If they can't control anything, they're uncontrollable in that way, then you're not really fit for these kinds of ministerial roles, right? If you can't control your appetite, gluttony, even if it's a physiological condition, right? Well, that's a problem that could impair you and does Sam, right? Look at him. Look what happens. So you're not supposed to do that. The Bible's very clear. It's one of the 7 deadly sins. Have you read that text, right? What are you talking about? This is insane that people are this easy. Why are Christians being easy on fatness? Even if you're fat, you should realize, okay, that's just a problem. Like Pink Moon. Okay, fine, we all have a problem. Okay, well then don't put yourself out there like Sam when you're out of control. Go deal with your problem and be a little bit more reserved. That's the problem. Sam's out of control in every way. It's not just his fatness. He's out of control with his porn, everything, right? His lying, all the things that Sam does are an extreme. He's a narcissist. He doesn't have emotional control. Look it up. So why is he doing this then? He's not fit. He's an embarrassment to everybody and to our God. Anyone who uses the Bible, Sam's an embarrassment to. And he attacks everybody. He keeps all these divisions between us, the Muslims, the Jews, right? We already would have a tough enough time, right, talking to Muslims or talking to Jews because, well, we don't agree on critical issues. Well, now we got Fat Sam out here just inflaming and lighting fire to everything while being a despicable specimen, right? So where's the honor in that? Where's the dignity? No, there's no honor. There's no dignity. There's just fat. There's just Sam abusing his platform and mocking everybody. He's got little man syndrome galore, okay? The worst case probably ever that we've seen, right? He's got it in every way. He's fat. He's bald. His dick doesn't work. Okay, he's been humiliated. He humiliated himself over his inches. Yes, he did. Okay, I mean, that's why he's so angry. That's why he shouldn't be doing this. He shouldn't be talking about any of this stuff ever until he gets control of himself. He should let someone else talk, even if behind the scenes he's helping, right? He's not qualified. It's an embarrassment, and he attacks people without restraint. That's why I got to get up here and attack him. I got to deal with him. We're not going to let him do this to our God. No, we're not. We're not going to let this fat pig blaspheme our God, God's Son, our Messiah, or anyone or their mothers. No, we're not. And none of you should have ever allowed him or helped him to do this. You should have been at him nonstop and not supporting him and not hoping he comes back on your side. What are you guys entering? A hot dog eating contest? You need him that bad? Call William. Well, David, it's not about being upset. He's a pervert and a detestable wild beast. Have you read? Look, if you're not watching my shows where I go over this completely, or if you don't know the Bible, was Paul upset with Peter, right? Were Paul and Barnabas upset with each other? Well, what are you talking about? I mean, of course we're upset with Shamunian. He's blaspheming our God. Did you not hear what I just said? It's like you guys are retarded like him, right? Of course you are. You don't see nothing. You're blind. How could you not realize we got a problem here we need to take care of? Okay, I've already told everybody we're coming up. This is our Sam live stream and or extreme apologetic stream where we take out perverts. We take out evil wild beasts. These are biblical terms. Pigs and dogs who are liars. Okay, who are attacking us, our mothers, our God, our Messiah, and everybody else nonstop. Sorry, we're not going to stop. You stop, okay? You can stop or I'll block you. You criticize me again for what everyone should already know and understand. And you're not over criticizing Sam, who's far worse than everybody and who's the reason we are doing what we're doing. You're gone, okay? This is exactly what we're supposed to do. I've already justified it. We don't need your approval. We're not looking for it. You're looking for ours. That's why you're here, right? Sorry. We didn't ask for it. So either sit back and listen or go somewhere else. It won't make a difference. We need a therapist. You see, the problem is you don't answer the challenge, David. So, David, if I need a therapist and you don't, let's go back to the question. Since you've already croaked over Sam, your bunk buddy hero, who you listen to nonstop and support as he attacks everybody and their mothers. Show me the screenshot where you've criticized him in his live, David, where your name's right there and you're calling him out. It's real simple. So if we don't see that from you, we know you're a pagan pervert too. But David, okay, since you have such a problem with me attacking a known fat pig, pervert, blasphemer, why don't you answer the question? Why don't you stand up for your view of God, David? Show me where the Bible teaches eternal generation. Since if you do, you require others to believe it to be Christian. If you don't worry about it. If you do, since you can't deal with Sam, other than for spiritual sodomy, let's see what you can do with the Bible. Can you handle the Bible, David? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say the only thing you've talked about so far is lust and Sam is because you're gay. That's the only reason I can think of why someone would come to another man's live, and you've made, at least that I can count, 1, 2, 3 comments. Stop lusting after Sam or Shamunian. You're upset with Shamunian, and you need a therapist about your lust for. All you've talking about is lust and Sam. So you're either Sam or you're gay. Sorry, we don't swing that way. But if you're Sam, you can stay. Just stop talking about yourself and masturbating, okay? Answer my question, pervert. Answer the question. Okay, the ambassador. I'm not doing vengeance. Ambassador says, Sam is rude individual. I find him vulgar, but vengeance is mine. I will pay back. Okay, so Ambassador, have you watched my recent videos on this very subject? At least the most recent, severely reproving. Okay, so if you watched that, then you already know that in the New Testament, well, we talked mainly about just the apostles, were really mostly Paul. It's very clear. He comes right after people, calls them detestable, evil beasts, and says we should severely reprove them. Severe reprove means to cut off, to sever. No, it's not always a mild rebuke. So did you watch that show, Ambassador? If you didn't watch it, you don't really care about this issue. No one could miss the title. There's no way you saw the live stream and didn't see my severely reproving title. So did you not care? Oh, well, if you watched it because you care, since you're talking about it, why aren't you responding to the text that I read in that video? Why does Paul go after people the way he does? Why does James go after people the way he does? Why does Jude go after people the way he does? Calls them twice dead, uprooted. Guess what being uprooted is? It's being destroyed. Yeah. Guess what Jesus comes after people with? Pigs and dogs. And that's probably not even the worst of it. So we either have Sam's followers trying to get sympathy for the devil because no one's worse than him, and I'm following exactly what people in the Bible are said to have done against people like him, who are also in the Bible. Pigs and dogs, detestable, evil beasts. Every word I just said came out of the mouth of Jesus or Paul. I think Jesus or Paul, those last ones I said. And I could quote more, as I said, from James, Jude, or others. So no, you're wrong, Ambassador. I'm not bringing vengeance. That's for the judgment. I'm rebuking him severely and calling him what he is, a fat pig and a liar. Those are biblical terms from the Master and the Apostles. I carry on their teachings. Apparently you don't. Yet we're not here for your fine line interpretation between ad hominem and rebuking, Ambassador. It's not for you to make the call. Are you involved with me and Sam? So why would you bring up the fine line that you can't measure? That's the line I'm measuring, right? You don't think I know there's a fine line? You think we're that stupid? We needed you to come here and waste your time and tell us there's a fine line between ad hominem. Okay, so Ambassador, is evil wild beast? Is that an ad hominem? If someone calls someone an evil wild beast? Yeah, because that's what Paul calls people. Is it an ad hominem to call someone a dog or a pig? Yeah, that's what Jesus calls them, Ambassador. Yes, he does. I just showed it. You're a liar. Okay, so Ambassador, you're not qualified. You don't read the Bible. You're a liar. Jesus called people like you pigs and dogs, so we're not giving you our pearls. You're a pig. Goodbye to the ambassador, pig and dog and evil wild beast who came here, lied about the Bible, lied about me, said nothing against Pig Sam. Go figure, right? I wonder whose side that pig's on, right? All he did was attack someone who's righteously exposing a fat, immoral pig. Just like Jesus did, just like Paul did, just like these pigs can't do. Because ambassador comes here, dies live, has no arguments to support his biblical view, defends a fat, masturbating, unemployed pervert, right? Who insults everybody and their mothers, has no functioning penis. Everything I'm saying is true. Sorry, ad hominems are by definition not true. You know what the ultimate defense against slander is, ambassador, since you're so stupid? Right, truth. Sorry, when you learn the difference between slander and truth, and why Jesus calls people pigs and dogs, because it's true, I'll let you back here, okay? Until then, you're too stupid to know the difference. Obviously, right? A Sam, a sodomite follower for sure. Bankhead, Lana M, Chris Olvera, Alexander Desani, I think. Sam and his followers are manifesting. They're a joke, right? I mean, they're gone. It's over. Jawad White. It's incredible, right? So ambassador flamed out, right? The guy came in trying to help support Sam, right? And our condemnation, our righteous condemnation of this fat pig. The Bible's against being fat. It righteously calls people pig. Every single thing I'm saying and using is not only biblical, not only imitation of the master and the apostles, which we're supposed to be following, but is contextually appropriate for this pig. I don't do this to other people. You have to be a pig, like Sam or William or the ambassador, which was probably one of them, or their followers, because he didn't criticize Sam at all. They bring up the ridiculous stuff about the Bible and what it says, which is wrong, right? Because they don't want to hear their hero getting annihilated. They're so perverted and thin-skinned that when Sam gets exposed, right? When he actually gets exposed for the decrepit piece of garbage he is, right? He doesn't work. He doesn't have any company or person out there in the whole Catholic Church or elsewhere who will even give him a part-time job, right? Just out of sympathy. Sam, here to clean up you're the janitor of the elementary school. Just wheel this trash can around and don't pick out the half-eaten garbage. And just try not to molest any kids, okay? And we'll pay you, a nominal amount, right? No, not even that. Nothing. And now we keep getting him progressively revealing his abuse of this woman. I don't know what. He must have touched her or something, right? He said he did. He said, I remember he's been slowly revealing his abuse, what happened with this woman. One of them, he said, she thinks he touched her inappropriately. He goes, I didn't touch her inappropriately. She thinks I did, right? If you listen carefully to Sam, he's always revealing what he's doing, right? He has to. It just bothers him so much. He can't stand it. That's why he can't sleep. So that's why he comes on live and he has to confess. These are all real. Yeah, this is not him like planning ahead. He's not planning ahead for nothing. It's already done. So he's confessing for what he's already done always. And also what he's about to do after he's done with the live, right? And so, or we don't know what he's doing on the table. So maybe even during the live, right? I don't know. What's going on though, we got a pervert, right? We got someone who's not fit. He's got terrible arguments. He lies, pretends that the Bible teaches eternal generation. We're going to go to Hebrews 1, Psalm 2. I'm going to show you very clearly We don't have to deal with him being created as firstborn of all creation. That's obvious, right? We already know that. No such thing as eternal generation. They don't have anything. They're fat. But he also was created not only at his birth as a man, which we won't get into necessarily today unless you want to, but he was created as a spirit from the dead at his resurrection. It's over, right? It's game over, everybody. We're doing a Sam or Extreme Apologetic live show. I told you we would do them occasionally, maybe even frequently if I feel like it or I'm pumped up or Sam is fat and all these people lying, constantly lying, ignoring our arguments after we've destroyed their arguments, right? Keep lying, saying the same arguments, stealing people, money from people, not taking care of your kids, not working, getting fat. So we're going to rise up, contradict all that, and just say, hey, okay, all right, you guys heard Sam for over 2.5 hours today, right? Did you learn anything? One thing? Can anyone give me one single thing you learned from Sam today, right? So smart, got all these good points. You had to learn something, right, from the Bible. Did he teach you anything from the Bible and what it teaches about eternal generation? What did he teach you? Tell me what I heard it all. It was all garbage, but what did you, and is there anything? I don't think there is, right? It's embarrassing. So we know it's over. That's why they're avoiding us. They have to, everybody. Don't worry about that. They're a joke anyway, right? Look at who they're following, right? Would you actually associate with a fat masturbating person who doesn't work and who insulted everybody and their mothers nonstop and lied about the Bible? Is that who you'd be hanging out with or want to get their attention? Who cares about this fatso? The only reason I'm doing this is he's been doing this a long time. He's popular and they keep promoting his lies, right? All these people that ride his coattails, eventually abandon him, and then they turn on each other because they're not Christian. They're all doing this for clout. And so they don't have to work. And so they steal your money, recycle lies, instead of just telling you, hey, here's the Bible, read it, right? Here's a better version of the Bible. Here, read it. It's, let's do this together. No, it's just here. Let me tell you a bunch of garbage and get fat while I'm live and look as unfit and unshapely as possible while I attack everybody and their mothers. John Luca, Oscar Rep, good to see you. I know I'm pumped up. Keep going through people. And then Ambassador came here, impaled himself, right? Just an embarrassment. Right? That was disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourself, Ambassador. That was, and probably Sam were one of the perverts. Still, I would be ashamed of myself. And Sam is, right? So he doesn't care. Right. George Lopez says, I learned he repents in his opening in 2 minutes and later he starts cursing again. He actually kind of goes through a series of that, right? Like start praying, break out of it because something, he sees a comment or something, he goes insane, goes back to praying, did the rosary the other day. His idolatry and paganism. I guess that woman gave him a rosary, right? Which is nice. That's a nice gift. If you're a Catholic, give him a rosary there. It's not going to work, though, right? You're wasting it. You're giving it to Sam. Well, either give him what he wants, i.e., you're going to have to, if you want Sam to be happy as a Catholic, you're going to have to pay the price as a woman, right? Or William, right? William's paying the price, but Sam is so full of lust and bad diet. And he needs a woman somewhere in there, right? This woman is driving him crazy. He can't stop talking about her. Keep listening to keep listening for details. The fallout of this woman, it's coming. There's more coming on this woman. Okay, let's bring up the Bible now. Since they don't have any arguments, I guess we'll give more time. I think it's over. I think it's game over, everybody. Let's just check out the Bible, though. Let's first look at the New American Standard. We've talked about this all before. Now, Sam went insane earlier today, but really didn't do anything. I talked about this in my last full hour of my the show with my with Sam as Thanos getting his head blown off because he's a pervert. Right here, right as I talk about in that video, and I've talked about in other videos many times. So we have this text here. For to which of the angels did he ever say, right? This is after, okay, so just real quickly, we're not going to go back over all this. I did this in that show and the other day as well, but right here, he made a purification for our sins, right? When did he do that? I believe this is when he became a man and lived and died faithful and was resurrected by the Father. Because right after that is this, right? Which we know happened right after he was resurrected, or after he talked to the disciples and everything in the book of Acts. And then after he ascended to the Father, Stephen saw him at the right hand of the Father in Acts 7. Right? So from Acts 1-7, we see this happen. But before that, he made a purification by giving his life ransom, just like Philippians 2 talks about. It's very similar to Philippians 2:6-11. This whole section right here talks about a lot of the same stuff. Right? I would argue even this whole here, this is very similar to being in the form of God or a God, divine form. We're not going to get into it right now, but it's just one of the similarities. So either way, he gives his life as a man, makes purification for our sins. That's what that is. Or in Philippians 2, right, what does it say? He took on the form of a man and he became faithful even to death, right? Death on a stake or a cross. And then God exalted him, just like right here. Same thing happens right after the purification part. In both accounts, they're sequential no matter what. So unless in the narration you make them different, they'll just naturally follow one after the other. He lives and dies faithful, and he's resurrected and sits down at the right hand of that majesty. Or in the case of Philippians 2, he's made Lord to the glory of God the Father, right? It's not his own glory. It's the Father's glory. He's the radiance of that glory. He's not the glory, which is why it's to the glory of God the Father. If it was to him and his glory, it'd be the same glory, because they're sharing the same divine nature according to the Trinity, right? Well, then that's the same glory. There's no way you can share the same divine essence, right? And not have the same glory. Only it's not the same glory like we've talked about, because his is the glory of an only begotten God's Son, John 1:18, 1:14. And he was given his glory according to John 17 before the world was. Either way, though, if they were sharing the same glory as persons of a triune God, he not only couldn't be called the radiance of that glory, because he's literally part of the glory itself that gives off the radiance, but it would be to his glory, right? Being made Lord in Philippians 2. That wouldn't make any sense to say to the glory of God the Father, because it's the same glory they share co-eternally and co-equally. So it's over. All right. So after he did that, right, he sat down in the majesty on high. He became so much better than the angels. How? Because remember, when he was resurrected as a life-giving spirit, he's still a spirit. Now he's a better spirit, right? Because like we talked about, especially last show, the live we did in the New Trinity show, discussion show number 1, we talked a lot about Hebrews 1:10-12. Question George asked, we got really into it, and we'll talk about it more here in a moment because it fits, and the timing of that application. These are all texts from this point forward that apply to him after his resurrection, right? So he sits down at the right hand of the majesty on high, having become better than the angels, mutability, and he wasn't better than the angels, so the Trinity is over. It's not even an option in the Bible, right? To the extent he's inherited a name more excellent than theirs. So he says this, and then he starts to back it up, right? Right here, from here down, sat down at the right hand of the majesty, or really, I would say from here down, right? From the time he came down and became a man, which is what the next chapter goes into, right? This is all, I would argue, okay? We're not going to get into it, pre-human. But from here, clearly, undisputedly, we're definitely at human, because he's making the purification for our sins before sitting down at the right hand. And then the author of Hebrews connects that purification, sitting down at the right hand. With him becoming better than the angels. How? To the extent he got a better name than them. What does that involve? This name, right? Well, that's what Philippians 2 also talks about. I don't think it's the divine name. It could be, and I'm not against that. And I think he is. So it is okay, just like with the angels in the Old Testament, right? To address him as Yahweh in the representational way in which he's the angel of Yahweh, representing the Father. Just like all the angels do when they speak for God and as God. But no one more so than him, right? So, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's always what it's talking about in terms of the divine name. It could be, and just things associated with it. I don't really care because he's given that name, right? It's temporal. It's not his from eternity, so no Trinity. And we know the angels know there's even the angel of Yahweh in Exodus 23 is given his name or has his name, but it's given because it's God's name. It's not the angel's name, so the angel had to be given it. Verb's not used there. Sorry, Sam. Either way, talks about how he got this name, right? He got this name, just like Philippians 2 said, gave him the name above every name. That in the name of Jesus, everyone would bow down to the glory of the God the Father. So after he says that, he became better than the angels because he got this new name. He says, for to which of the angels did he ever say, you are my son, today I have fathered you. So right here we know he's going into proof texts, right? Proof texts related to this, because he specifically brings up the angels. So it has to relate to this becoming better than them, which is in fact exactly what these texts talk about. How do they prove he's better than them, became better than them? Because at his resurrection, because he was resurrected, I should say, right? And then given the things that he goes on to also talk about, but this happened first. This is the resurrection part, okay? This first proof text is this right here. Leading to this right here. And ultimately this right here. Watch. This is him after he paid the price, is it not? So he's being resurrected here. This is an application of Psalm 2. We're going to go to it. But just follow me for a moment. He's applying proof texts that show that the Son has become better than the angels. We'll look at the Greek in a moment. And he uses the text from Psalm 2 that says, to which of the angels did he say, you're my son, I today have fathered you? Now, this text applies to him at the resurrection, I believe, and most people seem to believe. If you don't agree, then say so and we'll talk about it. But I think for the most part, people accept that this is him at his resurrection. To which of the angels did God ever say, you're my son, today I have fathered you? What's the answer to that? The answer is really none, right? Because contextually, he's talking about the kinds of angels that are this, flames of fire. He's not talking about humans or the Messiah as a messenger angel human, a non-spirit flame of fire human messenger, which is what I believe Isaiah 9 is talking about when it says he's a mighty God, angel of great counsel. That's him as a child. He's born as a child and given those titles because of the way he's acting with the Father in him and telling him what to do, and his messenger, the angel of great counsel. So as a man, he was functioning as that angel, same with Malachi 3. But that's not what this is talking about. So there's no contradiction for me, because when it's excluding all the angels from having been spoken to this way, it's not excluding the actual one that was spoken to this way in the human sense as a messenger. We know that, again, because contextually, the types of angels in focus are defined. Either way, now for Trinitarians, this is a problem because they think he's the angel of the Lord the whole time, like that same spirit being. He never stopped being the angel of the Lord, God, when he was a man. He just took on a human nature. So they would have to only be applying this to his human nature to avoid that, which splits the people up once again. One that could be a human being that could be spoken to in this way and resurrected, and the other a divine angel, spirit, or uncreated angel, person of God, that wasn't resurrected because it never died, because it's God always, right? So the only way Trinitarians can apply this text without contradicting it is to say this applies to him in his human nature. But again, that splits up the persons. Sorry. You can say whatever you want. You can say white is black. That doesn't make it true. So we know he didn't say this to the angel of the Lord because it says right here, to which of the angels? And the answer rhetorically is none. He's making the point he became better than them. How? Well, if he said it to one of those angels who were a flame of fire, none of whom were more that than the angel of the Lord, well, then he wouldn't be making this comment, would he? So we know, no matter what, to avoid contradiction, this can't be applied to the angel of the Lord. It can't be applied to any flame of fire angel. Game over. No Trinity. Or you split up the persons to one who was resurrected and said this was said to, while simultaneously there was another existing person who's not a different person, but who has to be a different person because that person wasn't resurrected, because they didn't die, because they're not human, right? Get out of here. It's over. So they don't have anything. It's over. So the only way this can actually make sense and still contradict the Trinity is to apply to a human being. Oh, guess what? We're not Trinitarian. We don't believe he was the angel of the Lord while he was a man. We believe he became lower than, just like the Bible explicitly teaches in the next chapter. So we don't have a problem with this being spoken to a man who's not an angel, flame of fire. Right? That's how he was better than the angels, because no angel became a man, was resurrected. It was a man who became lower than the angels and died. So God resurrected him as the firstborn from the dead. And Paul talks about this again also in Colossians 1. We'll go to other texts in a moment. And then he says, and again, I will be a father to him and he will be a son to me. So again, I believe this can only apply to his resurrection, because it wasn't said to a flame of fire angel. So it could only be said to a human being. Therefore, this is applying to his resurrection, just like this is. So he becomes better than the angels because God became his father at the resurrection. He was raised from the dead by God the Father as the firstborn. No angel had that done to it. No angel died like he did as an angel, and no angel was resurrected. It was a man who gave up being the archangel, in my view, or the angel of the Lord, if you want to say, same thing, became a man and died, and was resurrected or given life again. That's what that means. As the firstborn all over again. This time from the dead. So, and that's not in his human sense. There were people resurrected before him. He was the firstborn resurrected spiritually, like Paul talks about in 1 Corinthians 15:45 and 1 Peter 3 as well. Then he raised up his physical form. Either way, so he's brought into the world, right? He's brought into the world. He brings his firstborn into the world. Right? It's talking about, it says, and when he again brings his firstborn into the world, he says, and let all the angels of God worship him. This is a text from Psalm 97, most likely, possibly from Deuteronomy, but they're both the same in the quoted sense of the text that would be the source for this one. It calls the angels gods, okay? Let all gods worship him. And the Septuagint translates that angels, just like with Psalm 8:5 and many other texts. So very clearly, again, no Trinity, right? So it would have to then, again, be talking about a man, because it says all the angels of God worship him. That has to include the angel of the Lord. All the angels. And it says when he brings his firstborn into the world, that's when this is said. Well, the only time I can think of when this happens is when he was brought into the world as a human being and born through Mary, and the angels came and praised and worshiped him in the ways that are described as a human child. Worship in the relative sense, it's proskuneo, as the future king, the Messiah. So we know this has to be a human being because it says he's brought into the world. This isn't chronological here. These are giving examples from different accounts. The first one is when he was resurrected. Now, if you want to apply this to his creation, I guess you can try. That still wouldn't help Trinitarians, though. And if it's applying to his creation or resurrection, right? Both. This is a start to life. Look, today. This isn't eternity, fatso. I have fathered you. Let's go to the Greek. Right? It's over. Right? So we know now the game has ended. And it never really started in an incredible sense, but we had to play it because of these perverts. So we'll go back to the other account in a moment, or what we were talking about. But look, we know whether you apply these texts from Psalm 2 to him either at his original creation or begetting, the way the Trinitarian says, same thing, or his resurrection, it's temporal. There's no eternity here. There's no such thing as eternal generation. That's just an invention. That's just a made-up contradiction, like two natures in one person and still be one person, or know all things and not know all things at the same time and still be one person. Exactly. They're just lies, right? They're just people that say things that aren't true. Like, give me that round, square peg, right? No, it's either round or square. So which one is it, fatso? So they live in contradictions. They have to, because their beliefs don't agree with the source material. So they have to have the corresponding contradiction, right? So there is no eternal generation. Those things, that doesn't happen. Never. It's not even possible. But they're gone. And even if they were going to try to lie and say the Bible says that it's like beyond our understanding, they don't have that ability. They don't have that account. No, it's not there. So there is no eternal generation. It doesn't exist or is never even hinted at anywhere in the Bible. They just lie, right? Exactly. Now, what we have in the Bible is God talking about Jesus, either or both, at his creation or resurrection this way. Today. What's today? Is today eternity? Does today mean eternal begotten? No, not unless you're fat or stupid, right? So, and maybe even if you're fat, you could see this is not true, right? Although it appears a lot of fatties are gone. Either way, you're not supposed to be fat. This is the Bible. If you have that problem, get it work done. Right? So we know this is temporal. There is no such thing as eternal generation. Lie and gone, right? to even think people should have to do it. The very idea someone would present that to you shows they think you're stupid, right? When they say, yeah, he's got two natures in one person, so he can know all things and not know all things at the same time, but still be one person and not a retard. They're lying when they do that. Exactly. When they say creation ex nihilo, like you can create something out of nothing, that's another lie right there. All right. And when they say you can eternally beget something, or that when you beget something, that's not creation, another lie right there. So we see right here, though, today, right, there's no question about it. This is a temporal begetting, either or both at his creation or resurrection. Now, I'm just focusing on the resurrection here, okay? So I'm going to argue this proves he was created at his resurrection. Exactly. It says that right here. Today I have begotten you. You see that? Right? That's the object of the begetting. And here's the subject, fatso. And here's when it happened. It's over. Right? This game is over. Right? It's like if you could describe the perfect victory, right? Just an annihilation, a total wipeout. Did you ever see that movie, The Blob, right? About Sam? There's one of the older movies. They remaked it, but it's not the same. It's not easy to get rid of this stuff, right? So right here, it's over, right? I will be. This is temporal also. I will be to him a father. See, it's not eternal. Right there. Asamai. Right there, you fatsos. I will be. Not I am. So everybody, look at how much hidden gold we've had. It's not, we just don't use it, right? I mean, these guys are finished. All these verbs, all these texts, the way they misuse these accounts, it's over. He will be, right? Not even an eternal son, it's over. All right, so what we have here, everybody, is just an annihilation, right? A disintegration of false doctrine. Now, let's see. Now, here we're in the Greek of 1:6. When again, he brings the firstborn right there, done and done. Firstborn. That is temporal. That is not eternal. The Bible defines this term at least 4 times. I present them all in an appendix to my Proverbs translation. If you don't have it, you're missing it. I may break that out in a moment. They're all temporal. None of them have anything but a temporal sense, even when they're applied to the non-first but otherwise born individual. It's temporal, right? Even when figurative, Ephraim, it's temporal. Exactly. So you guys are temporal, and then you're gone, right? Brings his firstborn into his firstborn. Brings the firstborn. Okay, it says the firstborn. My apologies. When he brings the firstborn, he's the firstborn. This is not figurative. There is no other first creation of God, everybody, right? That would be pretty strange, wouldn't you think? Wouldn't we at least need to know, hey, why is the non-firstborn, who was never even really born in a real sense, being given this title? What happened to the real firstborn? What's going on here? Okay, so we absolutely know that this term right here, hatan. This is telling us the time when he does this, brings the firstborn into the world. he says this. So this worship had to have been the qualified worship we read about throughout the New Testament, but specifically the way the angels came and worshiped him when he was born. That's not worship as God. It's worship as God's son, similar to God's son who was on the throne of Israel in human sense, 1 Chronicles 29:20, and elsewhere throughout the Old and New Testaments. This happened while he was on earth. It says that right here, when he brings his firstborn into the world. All the angels, all the gods give him proskuneo. So he's not an angel here. He's not the angel of the Lord here. He's not God here. He's a man. He's in the world. When he brings him into the world, this isn't after he's resurrected. He's in the world. This is when this is said to him. And I believe that can only be true since it says all, Pontes, if he's not an angel flame of fire, he's a man. So, go back to the full account. Well, let's go to verse 7. First, let me actually check you guys real quick because we know the perv out and we know Sam is out of control. All right. So let's try to focus, everybody. Just remember, we're not here to get too distracted. I don't want to have to deal with people who aren't, going to reasonably represent the God of the Bible in a way that we should be distracted with, right? Debating Sam, I went on Sam's show. I don't need to prove anything to that fatso. Sam wants to prove something, he can tell me he's sorry for acting like a pig, and then we'll try again. I already told him and Standing for Truth that. I haven't heard anything. I don't need anybody else coming here to try to facilitate something that I'm quite capable of handling myself. So you focus on your situation, I'll focus on mine. And I think that's best for everybody. All right. We already know Sam is a joke. He's a pig and a fatso. I wiped him out with smoke. There's nothing there. He doesn't even have an argument here. Does anybody have an argument here? Right? We don't need to just waste our time with fatsos and people who can't figure out the Bible if you don't even have something you can put down here. Okay, what have I been going here for? Almost 2 hours. Is there one single argument here? One single argument that I should take seriously, someone coming here and asking me to debate Sam. First of all, he's been running from me for years, so he wouldn't do it. He knows he'd get smoked. But let's just see if there's anything here. What am I supposed to debate? The things I've already destroyed? Give me a break. What do you guys have? You guys don't have a history. You wanted your history? You got your history. You wanted to be with that group? You're with that group. Live with it. We're going to move on. We're going to move on with what we do and the people who want to do it. And if a fatso like Sam or anyone else actually wants to get smoked, they can let me know, right? Nobody contacts me and says, hey, Sam wants to try again after I told him, yeah, it's real simple. Just tell him to apologize for insulting me 5 times in 8 minutes after Big Fatty. I'll be happy to come on. I don't share a platform with pigs. I went on there to respond to him while he was attacking me, because that's what men do. Fatso terminated me. Have you criticized him for killing himself on his live? For chickening out? Well, where are those comments? Where are the comments that say Fatso not only got smoked on his live, but he had to get help on there? He insulted me 5, and then he killed himself. Sounds to me like Fatso's dead. And if you guys or anyone thinks Fatso's not dead, and I need to kill him again, can you give me an argument? Right? Is there something to debate here? Right? Exactly what is it you want to come here and waste my time and act like this for? Just be happy. You're not going to be able to comment anymore. We'll just leave it at that, okay? We don't need to deal with ridiculousness here. Do you have an argument or not? Right? We don't deal with this insanity and bullshit. You have an argument or not? It doesn't look like it. I've read I don't see one single argument. So, what? What am I supposed to do? Get on the stream with Fatso and let him insult me for 2 hours? What would that be? Let's calculate that. Let me bring up a calculator here. So if Fatso insulted me 5 times in 8 minutes, a stupid calculator. There it is. 5 times in 8 minutes. Let's assume if I had a 2-hour debate with Sam, right? 120 divided by 8. Is 15, right? So 15 times 5. All right, so I'm looking at, I got to endure 75 insults from Sam, and we already know that I'm going to smoke him and bind his ass anything he says, right? Every time he uses the word God, every time he quotes a text from the Bible, I'm going to smoke him. All right, he doesn't use it the way the text uses it. I'm going to smoke him. He doesn't understand the historical context of those texts. I'm going to smoke him. He doesn't understand the grammar or the manuscript authority for any of those texts. It's over. It's smoke. What do you want me to do? Get insulted 75 times so he can croak? You know, you guys waste so much time with this pathetic ridiculousness. I think it's funny. Do you guys have an argument or not? You want me to endure 75 insults with that fatso? Okay. Where's your argument? You came here, you wasted my time with no argument. Well, let's see if anyone else has an argument. I'm not going to platform people or have you in my lives if you're just going to bring up stupidity and no arguments. This is a show about the creation of the Son and his resurrection, Psalm 2 and Hebrews 1. If you're a Trinitarian, I expect you to show up here and put down your argument and defend your fake God. Not come here and make a stupid challenge for me to go argue with the pig and get insulted on average 75 times. Okay, I got better things to do with my life. You know what he does? He has nothing better to do with his life. It's get fat, lie about God, and masturbate. And you want me to pursue that? Yeah. Okay. So everybody, let's try to raise the bar, right? We know we're going to take down Sam. That's going to happen no matter what, right? Because he's not going to stop. We're going to have a volume. We're going to have a clip. It's not going to stop. We're going to smoke him. You guys want to put yourselves up there? Go ahead and do it. I recommend you actually just respond to me and give me the text, right? Let me see what you got. What are your arguments, right? I don't think you have anything. So we don't have any arguments from the Bible that say you have to believe in the Trinity. Okay. Or be saved. So that's not there. We know that. Frankie, I just told you why. And if you're too stupid to realize what I just said, do you want me to block you? Are you going to give me, Frankie, are you not hearing me? Yes. We block people who come here and tell me stupid things. Asking me to debate Fatso when I've smoked him and he insulted me on his live and killed himself and has no answers for all these videos and things I've done. That's pretty stupid, wouldn't you say? Yeah, that's block. That means, are you stupid? You got to be kidding me, right? So you don't have any arguments that respond to what I'm actually talking about. You offer me to debate the biggest fat pig out there who's been ignoring me and insulting me and who killed himself while I was on his show. And you're somehow thinking that that's a good idea, right? Yeah. Now, why don't you give me an actual argument from the Bible that would legitimize a debate with Sam? Can you do that? Right? So funny, man. come here and you have no arguments. You disgrace yourself by turning to a fake God for a non-biblical argument and a church father who probably didn't even exist, manuscript-wise, and whose arguments aren't what you think they are. It's like embarrassing, right? Just be thankful. I don't want to get into it too personally. It's not necessary. You're not Sam. Not everybody is Sam. But a lot of people do stupid things, right? It's my opinion. If I block you on this channel, you're doing some stupid things. I have the right to do that, right? You like to be the pastor of your group. You get to decide what happens. You set the rules. Well, now you know how that feels, right? You're not the pastor of this church. You don't set the rules here. Yep, Frankie, are you me? When did you get the authority to tell people that this is how they should talk? Did I give you? Do you know me, Frankie? What gives you the right to just show up and tell someone who's explained to you what the last 5+ minutes? You didn't. What didn't you understand? Are you stupid, Frankie? So, what would make you think I'm interested in a debate with Sam when I'm asking you about Psalm 2 and Hebrews 1, the creation of the Son and his resurrection, while I'm destroying Sam? Why would you think I'd be wanting to plan a debate with him right now, right? Why would he qualify? What has Sam done to qualify for a debate? You want to explain that? Name one debate he's had recently, okay? I went on his show. I've responded to everything he's done. What do you want me to debate? You want me to repeat everything I've been saying and just show up and let him insult me so he can be fat? So stupid. Why don't you actually put an argument down, Frankie? I guess, Frankie, I mean, fair enough. I guess you could have just showed up and put an argument down. How's that sound, Frankie? Did Frankie just show up and comment on something that's totally unrelated, pretty much, with what Greg's actually talking about? And I didn't give him anything in response to what he's talking about? And the guy I'm actually wanting him to debate's a fat pig that hasn't qualified? Did Frankie just do that? Yeah, he did. So, Frankie, are you going to actually put anything down? Right? Do we have to go through this? I mean, how long do I have to sit here? I have to sit here while you guys want me to debate a fat pig that none of you have taken down, right? You want to say you took him down? What, by doing a bunch of fat videos about a fat pig? That's not taking someone down. That's funny, but that's not taking someone down. He is fat. That's just making clear what's obvious, right? Where's all the videos you guys did about Sam and his false doctrine? I don't really see a lot of that, What, a couple appearances on this show or that show? And some, argument that I can't even think about? I'm really not aware of anything that would make any of these people relevant on any level with these things. If you think so, put it down. You guys can do, it's so stupid, right? The kind of antics. Hey, they don't have any arguments, right? Well, I know people who can do a lot of videos too. And you want to mess around, I'll just turn them loose on you. You want to play games? I got some games for you. I don't think you want to do that. I don't want to, hey, you're not even seeing nothing yet. I just barely do anything or how people do it. So we don't need to act like pigs, right? You want to be a pig? I'll show you how we slaughter pigs. You want to be a fatso? You better have the Bible on your side, because I'm gonna ram it right up your rear end. And some of the things that some of these people believe, right? So give me a break, right? This is ridiculous. I don't need to even be dealing with this crap. Most of these people are believing the stupidest things, and that's why they bring this crap up, right? They have nothing to offer. They never did. All they have is this fear of man, afraid of being called a heretic. What a pig, right? A coward. The cowards are the people who aren't going to make it. You understand? Fat Sam and all you pigs. You love to debate and argue and you can't even figure out what shape the earth is. So stupid. Unbelievable stuff, man. All these people who think they're tough, they think they actually know what they're talking about. They barely can recall a couple Greek words, Hebrew words, don't even know what they're talking about. Say the stupidest stuff, man. It's embarrassing. I'm sitting here waiting for one argument on eternal generation. No one, isn't that embarrassing? Are you a Trinitarian? You must be fat and embarrassed then. Your religion is a joke. I'm sure some of you are okay, and I know a lot of nice people, but these apologists, these kooks out here who like to come here and try to pretend that they're making any difference on any level, right? If I wanted to go off on stuff, man, there's so much stuff, recently and otherwise, I keep to myself because these guys don't have any arguments. They don't have anything from the Bible. I deal with the Bible. You want to be a fatso, you want to be a pig, then that's on you. So you see what's happening to Sam? That will happen to you. Only you'll get your ass ripped by the Bible nonstop while you're getting hammered every other way nonstop. Because let me tell you something, even Fat Sam isn't stupid enough to believe some of the things these other people do, right? It's unbelievable stuff. It's incredible stuff, man. All these demonized pigs. You guys should be ashamed of yourself. You should have stopped Sam when you had the chance. You gave Sam money. And you turn your back on the biblical God. Enjoy that. We'll see how long it lasts you. We're going to take care of Sam. There isn't anyone else I care about. None of these pigs are relevant. Sam would stomp these people into the ground. None of them ever stopped him. That's bullshit. That's a lie. That's why they ultimately ended up agreeing with him. So how could you have stopped him if you ended up agreeing with him? It's so stupid, right? All you were doing was showing what you didn't know and what he didn't know and what everybody knew you didn't know. We can all see that. It's obvious, especially if you know. You guys don't have any knowledge of any of these fathers, any of their philosophies, most of their texts. It's a joke. It's an embarrassment. I'm still waiting, everybody. I'm still waiting for information here. All these people so hot and bothered. Can't even give us an argument, right? It's so disgusting and fat. Pigs. That's why Jesus said, you don't give these pigs or dogs your stuff. They don't have anything. All they can do is stupid videos. If they had something worth giving, it would be the Bible, don't you think? The very fact that these fatzos and other pigs have to do all this other stuff and can't just say, hey, where's that in the Bible, fatso? You going to give me the Bible or are you just going to make these stupid videos? Show us how dumb you are. What a reject. What a pig. I love these fatzos and the way they embarrass themselves and look stupid with what they do. You think any of this stuff would bother me? All you can do is bring more attention to what we're doing, which is a good thing. Because we're helping people, exposing fatzos, talking about the truth, the God, the Bible. We're waiting, right? We're literally opening up our platforms for people to defend insanity. Instead, what do? Hey, Greg, why don't you go debate this guy you've already smoked and destroyed and who's fat and a pig, has no linguistic capacity, he never did. And you would have not, you know what, if I wanted to embarrass you fatzos and pigs, it would be utter destruction in every possible way. You'd be stuttering and stammering from word one. You pigs couldn't do jack shit with any level of grammatical analysis of any of these texts. And you actually act like you're something. It's so funny to me the way you guys talk about other people too. Dr. White and others. They would smoke you. You fat pigs. Who the hell do you think you are? None of you should be talking about anyone. You haven't smoked anyone except yourself and Fat Sam's dysfunctional dick. Fucking embarrassing, man. Drop an F-bomb for you. That's what you are. You're effing embarrassing. the kinds of things you guys do, the kinds of ridiculous views. If I ever get one of you fatzos live again, it's going to be a smoke. Listen, I hope you guys get what you want one day. I hope I get that little fatso. I really do. In terms of a neutral platform, I've already offered to fatso. He's got to show he's a man. You know what that is? It's someone who says, hey, you know what? When you were on my live and you kicked my ass, right, I was a little dick. I was a little prick. I shouldn't have insulted you 5 times. And none of my little prick followers ever said I was a prick for it. No, they just kept defending my dysfunctional dick and offering people to debate me. I'm a fatso. That's all you guys have done. You're pigs. Okay? You believe in the stupidest stuff. You steal people's money for the stupidest stuff. You're not exercising anything. None of those demons are real. You're a pig and a liar. That's why those demons never leave, because you never get rid of them. Embarrassment. Catastrophe. Now we got these people you claimed that you removed demons from out there bad-mouthing Christianity because of your fatness and pigness. And you have the nerve to show up here and talk about another fat pig? You guys are a joke. Everyone knows it. You're not going to change nothing. You gave up everything to not be a heretic, and now what are you? Right. Do we have an argument here? Right? How many lives do I have to do before you guys figure something out, man? This is a joke. That's all they have is to attack people. They don't have anything. No one cares about these groups. No one cares about these stupid groups. They know they're liars and pigs. They just want your money. They're not doing nothing. They can't even figure out who God is. They can't even reliably communicate to you what church fathers teach or if they existed. But they want you to get up here and argue with a big fat pig to be entertained because they're too stupid to figure out there's no entertainment in slaughtering a pig. You just roast him and eat him. And it's done. So embarrassing, right? All these charlatans and false teachers, man. What pigs. I've had it. Just be thankful your name isn't coming out. Keep acting fat and running your mouth. That's not going to work. Every dog has its day. And your days are almost up. Ted, please save us. Ted says he has an argument. Okay, Ted, we want an argument from the Bible. You're supposed to show us from the Bible. We've had all these pigs here talking about everything but the Bible. Upsetting everybody, not answering the question, showing they have limp dicks, and they can't defend their doctrine. Arguing for fatzos, promoting pigs and liars. So this is the Extreme Apologetic Show, talking about fatzos and liars and demon-possessed pastors who can't figure out what to do with their time. No one cares what they think, so they come and waste our time. No arguments. We're sitting here over 3 hours. Embarrassment. It's just like, how much do we have to do to show these people don't have the Holy Spirit, everybody? How many times do we have to go over these subjects before they actually just say, you know what, we're liars, right? We know we're lying, right? We can see that the earth is curved. We can see the curvature of the earth. This is obvious, we're liars. Just admit it, right? Why don't you guys just admit it? You're liars. Okay? And we can move on. Okay. Ted Gunderson is going to try to save us from insanity. And it has become that, right? I've had it with these pigs, right? I'm in my own Greg Stafford adult mode, right? You come to me with this nonsense. I don't think you understand, right? I don't play games with these pigs and these idiots. I think you guys are comical. I don't think you've ever grown up, right? The kind of stuff I see on these platforms and on your shows is so pathetic and ridiculous, right? You guys have no arguments. You just sodomize each other and act like pigs all the time. Fatzos, stupid attacks on people, attacking people because you're jealous of them and your stupidity and fatness. Why don't you put your time on your ministry for one, right? We shouldn't even be hearing from these kooks. So embarrassment. It's like just this hideous despicableness that they can't let go of, right? Let's see. Where's Ted? Ted! There you are. Sorry, everyone. I don't like people who betray others and who lie to others and who steal people's money and who pretend they have any power at all over demons when you barely have power over your bowel movement. You couldn't even stand up to a fatso and take him down the right way. And all you can do is make fun of people with fat, pathetic, idiot takedown videos. Why don't you take down your pants? And let's see what you got there. I don't think so. Exactly. You got nothing like Fatso Sam. Takedown. These people are so stupid, right? It's like they're babies, right? Like these children. Yelling at your kids live. How embarrassing is that? Acting like a stupid idiot. Yelling at your kids live. Ted says, why did Jesus say I am instead of I was? I am kind of sounds like he has saying he is eternal, not just pre-existent. Okay, so Ted, there's a couple things here. First of all, I want to thank you for helping pull us a little bit out of retardation. We get a lot of these people who aren't qualified to take a piss, coming and bringing up subjects that aren't even worth a piss. And you at least tried, right? I mean, Ted, thank you. Thank you, Ted, for at least saying something that was responsive, okay? I want to dwell on that for a moment. Before I answer, can we just appreciate Ted Gunderson for a moment? Ted, I want to take a moment, right? Let's take a moment here. Ted has helped us to think more about the topic than the stupidest possible people and subjects you can imagine, right? So I want to thank Ted, and I want to give him his moment, right? Just do it. Oh, yes. Okay, so Josh, no one cares about how big a person's following is, especially if you believe in a fake God and that you have demons in you nonstop and your pastor's demonized. We think you're pretty much finished, okay? And dumb as fuck. So why you would spend 2 seconds here talking about someone like that proves that's who you are. So we understand that people like you and the others we're talking about and who interrupted, right? Came here. You come here. I didn't come there. It's on you. It's not your place. No one asked you to come here. No one's been talking about you. Know your place. You want to talk about how many people follow a demonized fake God follower? Makes no difference to me. You know how many people I need to be with the master? One other than me. So Josh, when you decide the Bible matters and not fake God worshipers who can't get rid of demons because they're demonized pastors, you let us know, okay? We'll take you a little more seriously. Until then, why don't you walk off the edge of the flat earth that you believe in? Ted. You see what happened, Ted? I tried. I did. I tried to give you a highlight there. I tried to highlight what Ted did, which was a good thing. Ted actually, even though I don't think his point... Ted tried, right? And then we took a few minutes. I tried to like highlight it because of the perversion and fatness and the stupidity that came here and intruded. No arguments, no kid. Ted came and tried. And then while I was like trying to highlight getting back on the right track, Josh, right? Josh Lestrine showed up and sodomized himself with a fake dong, double dong, right? It's like really bad. It's like, what is this, right? Are we like inviting porn here? No, that's Sam's channel. I don't do that here. It's spiritual, right? So Josh, yeah, what are you saying? We need to believe in a fake God and that we're demonized? And we'll always, what are you saying, Josh? Right? Where does the Bible put emphasis on numbers, Josh? Right? So you're not a Christian. Out of here. Let's see. Little Michael, you can stick with yourself. You mess with me, you mess with yourself. Trust me, you can't do a thing to me. I can do everything to you and humiliate you in every way that actually matters. All you can do is bullshit that I'll make look as stupid as you the second you do it. None of this crap works on me. I already know who I'm dealing with. Idiots. And I've been nice on you guys for a long time. Any day you guys want to see how stupid you can look, go ahead and pull your kindergarten garbage. I don't know of anyone who's worse than most of you. And little Michael, you guys have a whole crew of demonized people and people who believe in a pastor who's demonized and worships a fake God after misleading his whole congregation for years. You think we're afraid of that? For what? You guys can't even put an argument down here. Probably what? The demonized pastor brought what? Maybe 10 of you? Do any of you have an argument that either your demonized pastor who believes in a flat earth that's not scientifically possible because you're stupid, or the fat masturbating pig who believes in creation ex nihilo, which is also scientifically disprovable because you're all stupid? Do any of you, Gunderson, we'll get back to you because you're not one of these pigs, are you actually going to try to defend your view of the sun versus your demonized pastor? Is your demonized pastor and your crew, your big tough crew, what are you going to do? Go build a house around me? You going to pump some concrete on me? You fat pigs. I know more construction companies than you'll ever work with in your freaking life. You guys are stupider than dumb. The second you pigs start pouring your concrete, you want to lay some pipe? You want to put some rebar down? You stupid fat pigs. Why don't you walk off the edge of the flat earth that doesn't exist? Dumb as fuck, right? Hey, little Michael. You got your crew? I'll get my crew. You get your crew. And we'll see who can exercise who, right? Because we're all demonized, right? You guys are dumber than dumb. You're going to get your whole crew of demonized flat earth people? I know, I've been dealing with them a long time. You guys are stupid. What are you going to do? Waste your life doing what? Everything that won't matter at all to me and that I'll laugh at and expose you from being dumb? So I know these threats make you feel good and you think you're dealing with normal fat perverts. You're not. I laugh at this. I think you guys are stupid. I always have. And especially since you couldn't even figure out who God is and you humiliate yourself live, right? About something that's not even in the Bible. So little Michael and his crew. Yeah, we're going to come beat up because we're all Christian here. Our crew, we're gonna meet your crew and we're gonna like have a battle, right? We're gonna break dance battle we're gonna like do a battle. We're gonna see who can pump more concrete, right? Yeah, we'll see whose pump is bigger, right? Hey, little Michael, what kind of crew? You guys gonna like come at me with your clubs and sticks like they arrested Jesus? Your demonized clubs and sticks. See how stupid they are, everybody? We got a whole crew. You better watch out, man. Like, are you even trying to be a Christian here? Or are you guys just demonized fat pigs and perverts who believe in the stupidest things possible? So what are you going to do, Michael? What is your crew going to do, man? You got to try to expose a demon? A demon that you can't expose because we're still demonized. So no matter what, you can't be proven wrong, but you're proven wrong because you never exposed anything because you're stupid. Exactly. Hey, little Michael. Hey, little Michael. Michael, does it sound like I'm a fanboy, Michael? Does it look like I'm out here looking for fans? Little Michael's Greg, I'm a fan. Chill, man. Why are you talking like this? Oh, well, Michael, maybe it's because you tried to tell me what to do. Is this your channel? Let's see. You said, brother, let's stick with Sam. Messing with this demonized pastor ain't worth it. Hey, guess what? Little Michael, your demonized pastor came here and messed with me. Did you tell him you better not mess with Stafford? You did? Where? Let me see it. No, you didn't, did you? Because you're a lying hypocrite pig. Whose show is this, little Michael? So why would your demonized pastor come here and mess with me? Why is that? Can you explain that? Tell me. Since you're here staying up for your demonized pig pastor who lies to everybody and takes their money, claims he's expelling demons, hasn't expelled anything from anybody. So, okay, you say you're sorry. No problem. We'll move on. He messed with me. Yeah, you come here and you mess with me, then the question is not whether I better mess with you. The question is, how long are you going to have that ass on, right? Before I rip it off, right? How long before your ass gets ripped off? That's the only question that should be running through your mind here. You sure you understand who you're messing with? You think I give two shits about your demonized pastor and all that bullshit? Yeah, you better think twice. Come here and start telling me who to mess with. Have you seen my videos? You think telling me who to mess with is a good idea? Or messing with me at all is like anything but a stupid fat pig's idea? And what are you messing with me for? A fat, masturbating pig? That's what you chose to do this for? Pretty stupid, huh? Pretty stupid, man. I'm not talking about you necessarily, little Michael. I'm talking about the man you said wasn't worth it, because you're right, he's not worth it. But he felt he was worth it to come here and mess with me. So something must have been worth it. I guess he really cares about that little fat masturbator. Yeah. Well, what would he care about a fat masturbating pig for? Unless he's just like him. Who the hell would care about that fat pig and whether or not he had a fair play? Does that sound like that pig cares about fairness? Does it sound like I care about fairness? I went on his platform and I smoked him. I'd be smoking him on Justin Martyr and everything else, and everyone knows it, if he had the guts to continue. I'd smoke you too. I'd smoke every one of you. You don't know shit. You never did. And I just sat there and let you think you did. You understand? Because I'm a nice guy. You mess with me, you're going to find I'm not such a nice guy. Because I already know you're stupid. I already know that you and your old crew and your demonized pastor don't know shit. I've heard it. I understand exactly what I'm dealing with. You don't. And you would find that out so fast, it would be smoke. So I think it's funny when you guys croak your bullshit and your pompous arrogance when you can't even grammatically analyze one sentence. Barely, if that. So what are you going to do? Quote the King James to me? Tell me what the English says? So there's not even a question here. You don't know anything about these people. Nothing. Or their philosophies, or their history, or their texts. And yet you make this a spectacle. You make yourself a spectacle for nothing. For an apologist who may never have lived. Hey, Samuel Sullivan, go sodomize yourself, fatso. No, you pigs. You're not going to tell me to watch nothing. I'm going to tell you came here. Whose channel is this? Did I come to you? No, you came to me, so you're going to listen, right? You're going to listen because you made the decision to mess with me. And you already saw what happened to Fatso and company. And you're not even near that level. Not even close. None of you are. That's why I deal with Sam and not you. You're not relevant. Okay, that's why you have to make yourself relevant. You're not relevant. Now, we've smoked you. This game's over. We're going to go back to the Bible because you guys don't have arguments. Ted, sorry, you said. Okay. I am sounds. Let's read Ted's question. Ted, I want to thank you again because you're the only one. No flat earther, no demonized pastor, no other Trinitarian but you, no fat pig, nobody came here except Ted Gunderson so far that I can see and actually tried to defend this doctrine, right? This insane doctrine that only fat demonized pig pastors and liars are promoting and embarrassing themselves over. Ted, you said, why did Jesus say I am instead of I was? Okay, you don't give a text. That's number one. But then you say I am kind of sounds like he's saying he is eternal, not just pre-existent. Okay, so you say it kind of sounds like that. Well, again, I'm not looking for maybes, right? I need like some clear teaching in the Bible. One verse or more, like I asked the other day about the Trinity. Where does the Bible teach? I'm not asking for demonized pastors to come here and interrupt and mess with me over fat pigs and related to debates that have already happened. I'm asking you to defend your pagan doctrine. Can you do that? Well, how come none of you can do that? Well, Ted says Jesus saying I am does that, kind of. He's not really sure. Doesn't have a text that actually says what he's saying. Okay, well, Ted, here's my response. I'll bring it up right now. We'll make it real easy. John 9:9. I've talked about this, of course, many times. I have videos, I have books. You guys keep saying the same arguments. You're just repeating yourselves. There are no new arguments. It's game over. So I am is a common statement, Ted. It's made right here, a few verses after Jesus says it several times, by a blind man identifying himself. He kept saying, ego eimi. That's all it says. See, he there in the brackets, Ted, it's not in the Greek. It's understood because it represents the equivalent of an ihu. But most people don't tell you that. So right here, we have the exact same words Jesus uses, I am, not I was, as an identification. This is who he is. The question is, who is he? Is he the guy that he healed? So they use the exact same words. It's not a divine name. It's not an absolute expression to any eternal existence. It just means, I am the person you're talking about. It means that also for Jesus as well. They've just been lying to you. I am the Christ. I am the Son of Man. In the case of John 8:58, it's a little different because it's connected with a verb related to a past expression that combined with a present verb create what we call a perfect sense or a past to present association or sense. So I have been from that time to now. So Ted, the answer to your question is no, I am doesn't mean you're eternal or that you're God. It just means you're identifying yourself as the subject in question or stating in connection with a past verb, which isn't present in the other texts that Jesus speaks, I am, to connect existence from a particular time before Abraham to the present. God never says I am to mean eternal. He always says it to mean what you see right here. I am whoever the subject is, right? So in Isaiah or Deuteronomy, the subject is God or whoever he's talking about himself as. And he says this in the Greek or in Ihu in the Hebrew, or sometimes Anoki. So, Ted, it's not an argument that in any way conclusively proves eternal generation. It doesn't even probably prove that because it just means identification or existence qualified by the other verb used in the sentence, like John 8:58. Before Abraham was, I am. How'd you see him? Well, before Abraham was, I have been. I'm in existence. I am. That's what that means. And I give several exact parallels in my Jehovah's Witnesses defended editions that have been available for decades. So I've disproven this numerous times already, but I wanted to answer you because you were the only one, Ted, who did me the courtesy of actually trying to participate in the program. We had demonized pastors, flat earthers, and Trinitarians who wanted to threaten me with their big crew, their big construction crew, right? They're going to pour some concrete on you, right? Build a house around you. Yeah, we had all those people come, but guess what, Ted? You were the only one who actually had the courage to try to answer. So I want to thank you, Ted, even though I disagree and I don't think you provided a good answer. But you were responsive and should be given credit for being such. All right. So do we have anyone else, or is it just a bunch of ridiculousness, right? It's so embarrassing. John Luca Oskrep. Yes, you're right. Ego and me, Holland. And of course the other ego and me's. So Josh, you can see from the thumbnail and the title of the show, right? I don't think, you're retarded, but if you didn't read those, I don't know what to tell you. We did have a demonized pastor who recently discredited Christianity with his behavior and who appears to want to facilitate further involvement with a fat pig masturbating champion who killed himself when I went on his show after he insulted me and my religion. Apparently that person's still relevant, right? How so? I don't know. But apparently it was worth interrupting my live stream today. Go figure. I'm going to guess it wasn't worth the price of admission. Trust me. It'll only make things better. I've already thought about all of this, and I already know all the people involved in all this. It's pretty sad. I think they're all pretty stupid. But for me, it's funny, right? It can only get better, everybody, because they look down on us anyway. You think they're going to all of a sudden start talking good about us? What? Were they talking good about us before? Right? Were they not already making fun of us? Was Sam not already making my face like a woman's? So who gives a crap what these fags do and perverts? They literally spiritually shove dicks in their ass and otherwise claim to exorcise each other, but without actually getting rid of the demons. Okay, why don't you just stop lying and stop demeaning Christianity? It's an embarrassment and you're stupid. Check the shape of the earth and sodomize yourself. All right, what do we got here? So little Michael, you apologized. We move on, right? You came here, you get, look, it's not my responsibility if you're going to come here and act like a pig and you're going to confront me. I'm going to deal with you exactly. It's not going to work for you. Okay, this is not a fair match. This is you trying to make yourself relevant, and it isn't going to work. You're going to make yourself more irrelevant. Trust me on that. Well, let's see what happens, right? We got all these pigs and fatzos and pumped up. I love this stuff. And I've been waiting for these pigs to just try more. Because I know all these people. I know what they've been saying. I know what they've been doing. And they're stupid as fuck, right? They are stupid. They're not smart. They don't know the Bible. They don't know the languages. They don't know history or linguistics. They're stupid. They literally think Everyone's demonized, right? This guy's so stupid. Flat Earth. How many dumb things are you going to try to put on your side, right? Eternal generation. Can't defend it. Nothing. Not one single thing. We've been here, what? Going on 3 hours. So all these big tough guys, huh? And their crew, and all these pagan religions and fatzos and pigs, all these scholars, all this money, all this Holy Spirit that you're exorcising demons with, all of it. And none of you can cite one single clear argument in support of eternal generation from the Bible. Unbelievable. Little Michael, I don't care. Sam's been relevant for 3 decades. What's your point? Is it supposed to make him a better person? Relevant in what circles? Has had no effect or any impact on me and the people I know at all. Not one. Not one single. I couldn't even tell you one single argument or teaching of his that I can recall. Can you? Put down one unique teaching or argument of your demonized pastor right now. Anything in support of his new God? Anything? He literally was illuminated by a potentially non-existent 2nd century Middle Platonist and not the Bible. So is there anything you guys have learned? It's so wild, man. He didn't come here and present anything. It looked like he was promoting someone who's already been destroyed, right? So what are you talking about? What am I supposed to be concerned about here? What's he going to do? Do a video of me making a mispronunciation, right? So stupid. You know what kind of substantive things these pigs and liars have said and that I could annihilate and turn loose my video people on? So you pigs can do whatever you want. I think it's comical. Well, what are you going to do that Sam hasn't done already? Right? He's literally made me look as bad as you can imagine. You think that bothers me? That just makes me realize the Father's aware of how you pigs are, and you guys are going to get your ass ripped. One of us is on the right side, and you take your chances. Go ahead. Attack me. See what happens to you. See what happens to all of you. Because I can tell you right now, things are only getting better for me, and it looks like all you pigs are going down. And that's a good thing. You guys have been lying to everybody about the shape of the earth, the shape of Sam's dick. And I can't even think of one single thing you guys are known for. What? Producing a bunch of fat videos or blooper videos when you're one of the biggest pigs in town? Are you serious? You really want to get a taste of your own medicine, fatso? You just try that. You'll find out how far that goes. I'll spend the next 5 years exposing your fat ass. I think you guys are stupid. I think you guys need to check yourself before you really wreck yourselves. Yes, he does, little Michael. You're wrong. Or if he's changed his view, he changes everything. They all do. Because they never had the truth. They're afraid of men. He said it himself. He's tired of being called the heretic. Well, you're not going to be a Christian if that bothers you. So you're afraid of men. Good luck to you. I think all this is a joke. You guys don't have any arguments. Why are you talking about a pastor who's demonized, who last I checked believed in flat earth, who interrupted my live for no reason? I have not mentioned him at all. And he brings up the biggest pig out there instead of defending his doctrine. Who does that? And you're going to defend this guy. Are you serious? Oh, and I'm the bad guy. I'm messing with him. Oh, okay. You haven't seen messing with. You want me to mess with you? Well, then you'll see it. You haven't seen jack shit. You're just seeing me respond to your messing with me. Okay? That's all you're seeing. You guys haven't seen nothing. You never did. If you saw it, you wouldn't be a big fat pig. You wouldn't be promoting fatzos who've gotten their ass blown off. You wouldn't even be thinking about it. You would be thinking about what I'm asking you to think about, the creation of the sun. And you'd be trying to defend your doctrine, not some demonized pastor, not telling me about your crew, right? Is that what Jesus said to do? Go tell them our crew's going to come over there and pump some concrete on them because we're fat pigs and we're demonized. Is that what Jesus said? You stupid idiots. What an embarrassment. You guys are so stupid. Let's go back to Hebrews. Dude, these pigs, man. What, I'm supposed to be afraid of these kooks? These are the biggest geeks on YouTube, man. These guys are clowns. If I had them in real life, they wouldn't be talking to me like this. Trust me. I don't care how big and bad they are. Trust me. They don't know shit. These guys are pigs. That's why they do it all online. And they can't even defend their dead doctrine and fake God. Hebrews 1:7. Instead, they got to come and promote a big fatso, right? They got to come and talk about a fat masturbating pig who blasphemes everybody and their mothers. And you want to look out for him? Are you serious? What, because of the Trinity? Because of your fake God? You pigs. Indeed, the angels, he says, the one making, poion, the angels of him. Okay, so it's over. The Son is the angel of the Lord, according to you guys. God makes his angels spirits, flames of fire, just like the angel of the Lord. There's no eternal anything here, fatzos or demonized flat earth idiots who have so little to do with your time. You literally join a live challenging your belief. You don't even try to defend it. And instead, you bring up one of the most despicable fat pigs of all time. What an embarrassment. Here. There's your dead doctrine. You see that text? All the angels are made. There is no eternal generation. It's over. This is right after we just saw that the Father generated the Son at his resurrection. It's over. Okay, so we don't need to hear from you guys. We have the Bible. Who the hell cares what you guys think? You're not talking about the Bible. You weren't even convinced or convicted by the Bible. Verse 8, we've already discussed this. You guys mistranslated. No one has a response. Whole video on it. What, you can't do a response to that? Why don't you try a takedown video of the actual arguments? Exactly, because you can't. There's his God right there. And there are his companions right there. So now look, go back to Hebrews 1:7. Look at this. Right here, look. You see how the verb poion, it's a participle, form of poieo. It's only used once, right? Now, if you read Greek regularly, as I do, every single day I read and translate. So these pigs and fatzos, you just try it, okay? I barely show you guys anything because it's not necessary because you guys are so stupid. You pigs out there I'm talking about. The one making, it's only used once. It's very common. when you understand Greek and the idiom involved, you know this. You understand how terms are implied, whether verbs or nouns. The one making the angels of him spirits, and the ministers of him fires of flame, or of fire of flame. Notice, it does not use the verb on the second part of this verse, but it is implied. The one making his angels spirits, and the ministers of him, he makes flames of fire, right? That's what it's talking about. It's a very obvious parallelism, unless you are a stupid idiot who wants to get his ass ripped in half. So you don't have to repeat the verb in Greek when it's grammatically governing what is said, connected by kai. Now, remember this, okay? One instance of the verb. Connection with kai, same subjects, same implication of the verb. His ministers are made flames of fire. In other words, if God wants an angel or a minister, he makes a spirit, a flame of fire. Exactly. All of them, his angels. There's no exception here. He's being contrasted with the Son while he's a man, and all the angels. All angels, all the gods worship him. Exactly. Okay, so let's go to 1 Corinthians for all the stupid, fat, demonized perverts out there who haven't figured out the Bible, and who come here and who mess around and think they're big bad pigs when they yell at their kids. So embarrassing, you fatzos. 1 Corinthians 15:45, so also it's been written, became egeneta. The first man, Adam, a living soul. The last Adam, into a life-giving spirit. Now, you don't have to have kai. It's just, if you added kai here, it would make no difference. Those of us who read Greek regularly, like every day, we know this. We know that you can use kai here or not. But it's the same thing. If we go back to Hebrews, look. When you're not a reject who can't remove a demon from someone with the Holy Spirit, you got to lie and say it's still in there. The one making his angels spirits and his ministers flames of fire. It's parallel because it uses the verb once to apply twice. So if we go back, 1 Corinthians, I should have been right there. I got to go through this again. You will see that it is grammatically the same thing. Now, I see there's even this little video out there where this guy tries to take issue with me and he doesn't understand this. Trinitarians are blind and stupid, most of them, or they're just innocent, misled by demonized flat earth pastors and pigs and people who masturbate and abuse their kids, right? So became, there's your verb. That's a main verb for this clause. Two clauses, really, right? Became the first man, Adam, a living soul. Now notice the second. The last Adam, into a spirit life-giving. We'll remember in Hebrews 1:7, he makes his angels spirits, his ministers flames of fire. The verb make is the main verb that governs both expressions, both statements. It's the exact same thing right here. And just like there, proving all angels are created, all his angels are created spirits, right here, we get Jesus being created at his resurrection. Mutability, creation, none of this would be possible for all you demonized pastors and fat pig perverts out there who don't understand Middle Platonism and you're stupid. Right. They don't believe the God who's beyond everything changes. He doesn't even move, right? Did you know that, or are you that stupid? Probably. Either Philo or Justin. Did you know that? Or these other Middle Platonists, although some of them change because they're applying Christianity and their paganism. If they lived, you know. But you're too stupid to ask that question right before you embarrass yourself. So right here, this verb related to genomai, which means to create, you know. At his resurrection, or at Adam's creation, I should say, right? Proving this is a verb for creation. Adam became a living soul at his creation. And because in Greek, the main verb can cover more than one clause, it also covers the last Adam, you stupid pervert, demonized pagans. So you see this last Adam and this into a life-giving spirit? Yeah, that's not a physical resurrection, is it? Does that look like a flat earth to you? No. You know what that is right there? That's your doctrine dead. Like in the grave. Let's pour some concrete on it. Let's build it a little funeral box with our construction crew. And then we'll try to exorcise the demons, right? They won't come out anyway. So we'll just lie. Right here is the end of your paganism. So does like someone want to debate me on this? Is this like subject? Can we like get an answer from you idiots? Does anyone have a mental midget out there who's capable of like answering an easy question? You see this verb? Yeah, it means you're created. Like right here. And right here. Uh-oh. 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 Sam got sodomized again by William and a demonized pastor. What's the matter, little fatty? Did a demonized pastor and William touch you? Oh, you guys are so stupid. How embarrassing is this? There's nothing you can do except destroy yourselves faster and help us grow stronger. I want to invite you to do just that. Because remember, I know who's fat and I know who's stupid. You know? Just think of what I could be doing to Fat William. But I don't because it doesn't matter. He's irrelevant. And I already exposed how dumb he is. And Sam's a lot more fun and more fat. And he talks all the time, right? So, yeah. No. You guys have anything to say? Well, how about this verse? Since you didn't have anything on eternal generation, maybe you can exorcise a demon and see if they have anything to say, right? Before they go back into the person. So here's your verb that shows Adam's created and shows that Jesus at his resurrection was also created. I've told you guys this many times. There's been no answer. You guys just ignore things and bring up fat, masturbating pigs and demonized pastors because you don't have anything. If you did, that would have been the first thing you brought here, don't you think? Coming to mess with Greg Stafford on his live, you're going to bring up what? A fat, discredited, non-working pig who abuses his daughters live and blasphemes everybody and their mothers. That was worth it. That was the thing that a demonized pastor thought, hey, even though Greg doesn't talk about me at all and all the unbelievable stuff, right, that's going on, I'm going to go to his live and I'm going to mess with him, right? Because my big crew, right? My big construction crew, we're going to get in our bulldozers, right? We're going to get all of our shovels and concrete pumps and scaffolding, right? And lifts, right? Maybe you guys can use one of your construction lifts to help the other side of Sam's face and like compete with the demonic tartar lip lift, right? And they're going to bring, right? They're going to bring all their subcontractors, right? And they're going to like try to argue with us about how flat the earth is so that they can build a foundation on it, right? They're going to try to use their construction plans to prove the earth is flat, right? And then they're going to, try to exorcise all the demons that'll never leave or come back, right? So, don't ever criticize them because they told you that they're permanent. Everyone's full of these demons. You need to merge light with darkness, right? Don't get rid of the dark. The light and the darkness, they share, right? They eat the same table all the time. You're demonized, right? When you partake of the emblems, bread and wine, just remember that demons are there with you. Everybody's in this big spiritual sodomy with Sam and demonized pastors and flat earthers and a bunch of YouTubers who don't know shit, for the most part, acting like you better watch it, man. Ooh, we're a big, bad construction crew, man. I'm going to get you. We're going to get our laborers on you, right? We're going to take out a bond, right, for our construction project on you. And that way, if we don't complete the work, well, then we'll have the insurance company do it and sue us for what they pay, right? We're going to create all kinds of construction issues with your job. And, we're going to sell you a house, right? We're going to build all these custom mobile homes, right? We're going to build these mobile homes that nobody wants to buy, but we customize the tile, right? We like laid tile in there. I know. Do you know how much that costs? Well, by the time we're done marking it up like 1,000%, right? And stealing everybody's money, that mobile home that like we're going to charge you $100,000 for, it cost us like $20,000, right? Or was it 15? 15? Maybe 25, right? It wasn't more than 30, right? Well, you're not the only ones who know construction, and you're not the only ones who know that most contractors, if not all, are liars. And you steal people's money. Yeah. I'd like to see all the receipts for what you're selling. I'd like to see all that markup. How much you marking up your subcontracts? How much you marking up your line items? You doing it all in-house? How many hours does it take you to do your plumbing? Several months for a mobile home, right? Is there plumbing there? You got a septic system? What's going on here? You got an HVAC unit? You got insulation anywhere in those walls? Right? It's unbelievable stuff. What kind of countertops? What kind of cabinets? What are we dealing with here, right? How big is the sink? How long does it take you to install the finished plumbing? Right? So, we're done in a month here, right? We're just talking a mobile home. Exactly. So all of your hours should reflect that. all the hours that you did in all those trades, and we'll look at the sub bids and everything, right? Yeah, we'll look at all your work. We'll pull all your permits. We'll look at all your jobs. We'll see how all they went. We'll look at all the time you spent. We'll pull pictures and see how good you did, how much you charge. We can do it all. Maybe you did great. It's probably good for you, right? Exactly. Who knows about construction here? Who knows about the Bible here? Does anybody have anything to say? It's ridiculous. Over 3 hours, and all we've had are demonized pastors who believe in flat earth, other people who defend them who are too stupid to know what they believe, but who think that there's some big bad construction crew, and oh yeah, you better watch out because here on YouTube, we're so stupid. We're like a bunch of rejects who run around and threaten people, but guess what? The big bad bullies in town. You're not going to do jack shit here, but get your ass ripped in half and handed back to you for inspection. But guess what? At that point, it's not useful anymore. Good luck to you. You stupid pigs, man. Just like Jesus said, why do we waste our time with these fatzos? I've never seen a group of lames like this, right? Can you believe the kind of people we have out here calling themselves pastor or acting like they know the Bible? These pigs and liars, these people who discredit our religion, who have no sign of Christianity at all. You don't exercise anything, fatso. Show me one thing. Real exorcists wouldn't be doing it on video in the first place. That's your first sign right there. That's not how the Holy Spirit works, you liar. You couldn't even get rid of this guy's demons. He's out there bad-mouthing you right now. What an embarrassment. What a shame that you brought on the name. For what? For a mobile home with tile? For demons that never leave? Yeah, unless they leave their family. That was a good idea. What a stupid idiot, right? Who are these people? Right? You want to get me going? You want to open that gate and analyze this stuff? Are you serious? You should be thanking yourselves, and your construction crew should ride on the board every morning. We thank Greg Stafford for not annihilating our stupidity, right? For not exposing our perversion and lies and patheticness. We're thankful he's focused on this fat masturbating champion. We hope he keeps doing that. But apparently not, right? These guys are gone, everyone. It's so awesome. Revelation 1:4. Where's that text? I think it's at 5, actually. We'll just look at them all real quick. Right, we got demonized people who don't get rid of demons. They claim to and lie. Sam's demonized. Why can't you do that? Right? You've had him on live. What happened there? You know, demons would never be comfortable in the presence of someone with the Holy Spirit. Sorry, doesn't work that way. Firstborn of the dead. God is not the firstborn of the dead. He doesn't die. And he doesn't get made alive as a life-giving spirit. You know why? He's eternal. Exactly. He's God. So we know that Jesus, as one of his angels, is made. Poieo. We know that Jesus was created at his resurrection, genomai, used in the exact same verse and context and in parallel with Adam's creation, genomai. And that's why he's called the temporal term firstborn from the dead. Is the dead eternal? Okay, so there's no way he's eternal. We've already proven that twice, as I just mentioned, and right here. You guys are liars. You don't have anything. Exactly what did you want to debate again? That you know how to lie about these terms? How far do you think that's going to go for you? Or Fat Sam? What exactly do you think you're going to be able to do to me with this term? And this qualifying expression? And genomai in 1 Corinthians 15 for a life-giving spirit. And poieo for his angels. And these aren't even the texts we normally bring up. Exactly what are you going to do again? Are you going to tell me that this is just dignity? You're going to pull that? That's going to get me, I'm sure. I should be afraid of that, huh? I should be afraid because your construction crew, right? Your construction crew and the fat masturbating perverts big bag crew that's been ripped in half. Because what? What are you guys going to do? You're not going to do anything, are you? Except get your ass blown off again and again and again. That's what's going to happen. And you want to do what? For what reason? Why? Because what? Exactly, because you're not a Christian. You never were. You haven't expelled anything. You're not praying to anyone who's listening. None of you. That's why you don't have one single argument for your essential view. And you come here and act like a pig and a dog and try to threaten me. Is that what you actually did? You and your big bad crew came here and tried to threaten me, huh? You did. You interrupted my live stream. You messed with me. And you showed you're a cowardly pig by not answering what I'm here to talk about. Or even from my other live stream. Instead, you came here to what? Try to get me to argue with someone I've already stood up to and who treated me like garbage? And who was so cowardly and wicked, he cut me off after not answering me one time and I answered him every time and he had help? Well, William. And he insulted me 5 times? Are you serious? Who the hell are you? Are you retarded? Yeah, I mean, what's going on? Did you think this through? No, you didn't, did you? Because you're not a Christian and you're desperate for attention like that fat pig. Why don't you go give attention to your kids instead of yelling at them and abusing them like a pig? Let's go back to the Bible Hub. All right, so we can see very clearly this is over. There is nothing left. Thanks for coming and watching yourself get annihilated. Let's watch it again. Colossians, right? How come they never talk about him being created at his resurrection, everybody? It's so obvious, right? Why do they always try to argue about this initial creation? Well, because they just lie about it. They can't even defend that, right? Okay. So he's the firstborn. We'll just ignore this whole bullshit right here. Because as you all know, does anyone think that a demonized pastor or a fat masturbating pervert can explain this to me? Are you going to be able to explain how your view is more likely than mine and make sense, not look like a total fucking idiot? Exactly. So I'm being nice to you, aren't I? I'm being nice to you, idiots. Although I came on to beat that little fatso and expose him. And he knew it. So he killed himself instead. Right, you guys are running from me, pigs. What are you going to say here? You going to quote this? Hey, Greg, that says over. Yeah, Greg. Yeah, that really means over. Did you know that? Okay, yeah, I'm really scared of all you pigs. And then what are you going to do here? You're going to do the same things, all that crap? Yeah, I'm scared, right? Because I've never explained these verses before, right? Let's just get to the point. Verse 18, he is the head of the body, church, beginning firstborn from the dead, that he might be in all things the first or hold preeminence, which still either way can refute your view. Let's go right here. Firstborn out of the dead. There's multiple times, okay? This is not one time. What are you going to say right here, idiots? All of you, Catholic, Protestant, demonized pastor, Orthodox, pagan, you guys don't have anything. You never did. It's over. All you have is to throw in my face during my live a fat, masturbating pig. That's what you wasted your and my time for. What are you going to say about this? Hey, Greg, he's the firstborn out of the dead because what? Did he die or not? He said his spirit went back to God. Bible says everyone who dies, their spirit goes back to God because he's the one who gave it. Goes back to God who gave it. No Trinity. So there's no difference. His spirit goes back to the God who gave it. No Trinity. So we know he's dead like everyone else. And his spirit went back to the God who gave it. Just like he said. So when that God resurrects him again, guess what? He's the firstborn out of the dead, not eternity. And it says, Genomai, a living spirit out of the dead. The first man, Genomai, living soul, not eternal, created, game over. What are you going to say about that? We're all your scholars. Bring me your best. I'll stay on as long as I... Does anyone have anyone? Okay, we got a demonized pastor and a fat masturbating pervert. That's it. Okay, so he's created a life-giving spirit. Adam's created a life-giving soul. Jesus created a life-giving spirit. What is it you're telling me again? What are you going to say in response again? What's your construction crew going to do again? Nothing. Again. What are you going to do with the parallel use of the verb governing two clauses in Hebrews 1:7? Poieo, all his angels, game over. Is the angel of the Lord a flame of fire in the Old Testament? A servant of God? Game over. No one more so than him. And according to Sam, it's only him. And so who else could it be talking about? Who else could be his angels that he makes flames of fire and spirits? Exactly. There's no one more than this so-called uncreated angel of the Lord in the Old Testament who's not uncreated because of poieo. You know, I hope you guys try to find out how stupid you are. I've been trying to show you how stupid you are. Didn't you see me get on his live with no prep after he started attacking me live? The hell do you think I care about these pigs? You guys would get snuffed out like that, and you know it. What are you going to tell me again? Why didn't you show it? You know, I don't like to... It's not bragging. Beating all of these people would be the easiest thing ever. There's no contest, so there's no bragging here. It's a joke. What's funny is they actually think they're something special when they're just a big pile of shit. And they proved it today, didn't they? Every single one of them. Unless, I'm going to go back one time right now. If I don't see another argument that credibly tries to respond and explain how in the hell the Son's eternally generated, which isn't even possible, which is self-contradictory, when according to Hebrews 1, quoting Psalm 2, and all the other texts that relate to the resurrection of you-know-who, same subject, tell us otherwise. Tell us that it's today that he was begotten, not eternally. So either at his creation or resurrection, he's begotten, not eternally. He's firstborn from the dead. That's not eternity. He's genamai into a life-giving spirit. You can't get eternity. You can't get unchangeableness. You can't even get Middle Platonism and him as that God of Middle Platonism, which is why you're so stupid, which is why you guys are all so stupid, which is why Praise I Am and Sam are stupid, and why anybody who would think that a second century apologist who probably didn't even live and who didn't teach what you think he did would be worth ignoring the Bible over. Just how stupid are you and your crew? Not one of your crew could stand up to you and tell you you're a stupid fat pig? Go pump some concrete in your fat ass and stop yelling at your kids live. You're not taking demons out of anyone. You're full of them and you're a liar. Come and mess with me again. You're going to find out just what that involves. This is nothing. And just like Fat Sam that you promoted here, the pig, none of his fatzos can stand up to him either. So every single one of your crew is a little bitch, just like you. Now get your ass in there in your church gym and start working off those SOBs, LBs. And with your SOBs, the people with you were too cowardly to confront you for your lies. You don't have the Holy Spirit. You haven't exercised a turd from anyone. And you worship a fake God like your fat pig idol that you promoted for no reason at all. Thank you. Finally, we get someone to tell you what you should be hearing too, because we have nothing but limp dicks like you who can't even stop yelling at your kids. That's the first sign you're a pig and a bitch. If I catch you yelling at your kids, you're not going to have kids left. You stupid little bitch. I can't believe the pieces of shit we have online acting like they're tough with their little piece of shit crew. Crew of what? People who can't stand up to you? That's not a crew. That's a sodomy colony. They're just your little bitches. You don't have anything. And neither does he. That's why you're over here talking to me. And nobody gives a shit what you think. I think you guys are ridiculous. Let's see if anyone else has anything to say. Does anyone have anything to say for these pigs? So we know little Michael, you are a lot. You said he doesn't believe in flat earth. Yes, he does, unless that recently changed. Pagan Trinity says he does not. Okay, so he changed. Well, he believed in flat earth for a long time. And if you didn't know that, you're stupid. Pagan Trinity, he came here and promoted Fat Sam and didn't put down one argument. Are you stupid? He doesn't know shit. He's dumber than fuck and he knows it. And so are you. That's why you're here. You don't even have a name and you can't even put down one argument. Do you have anything to say in terms of what I just said? No. So you're stupid too. All you guys do is come here and say how big and bad your demonized pig teacher is. Uh-oh. I'm really scared now. Exactly how stupid are you guys? How cowardly has this stupid charlatan made you? He's an idiot. What's he going to do? Yell at you? And be a fat pig like he is to his kids? Put down one argument right now. One argument by Fat Sam or your demonized flat earth former or now pastor. You don't even have one. What's he going to beat me with? His kids? He sure doesn't care about them. He yells at them live. Have you told him about that? No, because you're a stupid little bitch too. Every single one of you bitches. You're not a man. That's why he gives you your little Ahab directions. Didn't you hear how the non-exercise person who went along with his fraud. What a fraud himself, right? Fraud on fraud. You guys are the biggest bitches online. And you act like you're tough for what? What have you done that's tough? Nothing. You don't even have an argument. I don't care what you guys say. I can say whatever words I want. You're not answering the arguments. You're responding to me using an F-bomb for a pig. Where does the Bible say I can't do that? It calls them evil wild beasts, twice dead, pigs. I'm sorry, Sam says to mount himself all the time. That's the same as the F word. You don't have arguments. You're a pig and a bitch. All you're doing is attacking me, calling you out correctly. Your bitch pastor came here, okay? He didn't have any arguments. He got smoked. He smoked himself. He was sucking on his cock, coming here, telling me to debate fatso, okay? There's your bitch pastor. No arguments. Cock in his mouth. Now, do you guys have an argument? Trinity delusion. Nothing. He's talking about the size of a demonized pastor's ministry who just lost someone over a fraudulent exorcism, who's bad-mouthing him online nonstop, who tried to sell him a mobile home and have him pay to live there and leave his wife to do so. You don't let him do that, you stupid idiot. You tell him, get your ass home with your wife. No, you don't come here to my pagan church while I'm yelling at my kids. I got all these bitches here. I gotta sodomize them with my dick because I'm a big fat idiot. And I couldn't stand up to Sam except make these stupid takedown videos of him in Ruslan because I'm a bitch. I'm a fat demonized pastor who doesn't have one argument in over 3 hours that I can come to Greg with. No, I'm a bitch. So I'm going to go with this big fat idiot who doesn't have one argument either. And I'm going to promote him because I'm his little bitch. You stupid, fat, pagan idiots. Trinity delusion is an idiot. These guys are kooks. Not one argument. Zero. Apparently, the demonized pastor finally figured out the shape of the earth. I guess, right? Exactly, George. He was in here last year kissing up to my ass. And he showed my debate video to all of his classes. Okay? He turned on the real God for a potentially non-existent 2nd century pagan apologist. He said it himself. It was nothing in the Bible. He said it himself. He came here and he messed with me live when I haven't even mentioned him. And all you little bitches of his went right after his cock and shoved it in your mouth. And that's all you've got to say. Exactly. Ask Professor Wallace what I've done and what a demonized path. Everyone knows what I do and what I've done. These guys are idiots. They'd get smoked in 2 seconds, and we all know that. They have nothing. This YouTube shit is garbage. Sam's the only one who really knows that. He's the one who knows these guys are idiots. And then get their ass blown off in 5 seconds. He only lasted 10 minutes. So where's the argument? You guys are so great, huh? You have all these bitches who couldn't even keep one guy there who left his family. You're so stupid. What a terrible group. You guys don't exercise anybody. You're pagans. You worship a fake God, and you have a pastor who promotes a demonized, masturbating pervert. Okay? He yells at his kids live, and you guys are sucking on his dick because you're too stupid to start your own church. It takes, what, several $100,000? Someone offered me that and say, you kidding me? You keep that. You take care of yourself in your old age. I don't need a property to worship God in. Where's the house you're going to build for me? Pigs! Where's the Bible say go build a house with someone else's money? Pigs! You pieces of shit. Garbage cans. You guys have nothing. You're shit. And we're going to make sure everyone knows it. All you can do is destroy yourself faster, you pigs. Abraham Avila, it's time you go follow yourself because you always did. Exactly, George. Thank you for watching out. Pray, they're with each other and they're not with each other, Jacobson. They're just passed around like prostitutes and fatzos. There's nothing evil here at all. I am allowed to go off on people who are pigs. You came to my channel, you asked for it. This is an Extreme Apologetic Show live stream, taking down Fat Sam and any pig pagan with him. We had a demonized pastor, okay? An admitted demonized pastor who believed in and or who still believes in, people are either too stupid to know or he's so recently finally figured it out, right? What took you so long? Did Theophilus tell you the earth wasn't flat? So stupid, right? And then we get his little bitches show up. Can't confront him at all, right? Guy's tape recording everybody like a paranoid bitch. So sick and stupid. I am so glad that this fat pig came here and opened up a can of whoop ass on himself. They don't have any arguments, so we know they're stupid and they're unqualified. So all we have to look forward to are them acting like the little bitches we know they are. Big deal, right? Only make us more popular. That's good. And then we can tear them a new one and they can double dong each other, right? These guys are so stupid, everybody. They literally have nothing. George, you're right. What Greg is saying isn't a lie. True. Now, do they have an argument? Let's see. Is someone... Okay, so George, that's not related to eternal generation. He's referencing Luke 1:35. The Holy Spirit come upon you. Power of the Most High. Yes, it does equate Holy Spirit with power right there. I don't think that's necessarily conclusive, but either way. Little Harry ending me, it just shows how stupid you are, right? You literally, if you're here to promote a demonized pastor who yells at his kids, what is a demonized pastor going to do to me? He doesn't know shit. He's stupider than fuck, okay? So put one argument, little Harry, one argument, okay? Can you recall one argument that your demonized pastor has told you that's inspired you to think he can end anybody? The guy literally got his ass handed to him by a Trinitarian and all of a sudden thought he was the baddest person out there, right? He's delusional. He'd get his ass destroyed by George Lopez or any of my people. He's an idiot. Doesn't know the Bible, doesn't know languages, doesn't know jack shit. Barely knows the earth is round. So little Harry, since you're stupid like your demonized pastor, we're going to prove it. One argument, okay? I've been on for 3.5 hours, everybody. How bankrupt are these pigs? Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox pigs, demonized pastor pigs. None of them had one. Ted Gunderson was the only one who tried. Didn't happen. Little Harry here, I think his name is Little Dick, stood up for a demonized pastor who he thinks can end me. With what? He literally came here and instead of challenging me, he promoted a fat, already destroyed, masturbating child abuser. You guys are perverts. You're stupid. So Harry, since you're dumb and you promote demonized pastors who yell at their kids and you're too effeminate to correct them? Since that's you, little Harry, little Dick, one argument. Can you give me one argument? Has your demonized pastor given you anything? Nothing? You know, if you ask my Christian witnesses of Jah to tell you one of my arguments, they're just going to come pouring out. You understand? I gave like 5 tonight. So little Harry, or maybe your demonized pastor could like help you here. Can you, since all you bitches are working together and your stupid little, since you're not with your wives and you're following your Ahab rules and your wives aren't allowed to question where you are, because if they did, they would find out you're spending your time with a demonized pastor who attacking someone who doesn't bring him up because he's too irrelevant and stupid. You actually spent your time away from your wife instead of having sex with her like a normal man, or buying her something nice and telling her you love her like a man. You dicks, you effeminate queers, followed your demonized pastor in not giving me an argument and in promoting a fat masturbating pig. Then you huff and you puff about your crew. How big and bad your crew. What? Is this the crew? Is this the demonized pastor's crew? Yeah, I'm familiar with you all. You don't think I see all? You guys are stupid, all of you. So the crew we're supposed to be afraid of followed a demonized pastor who abuses his kids live and who can't get rid of a demon because he's not a Christian. So easy to do. Little Harry Dick shows up and all the other crew member bitches, they don't answer the question. They don't defend the master because they can't. They don't follow 1 Peter 3:15. I'm demanding an answer. They don't have one. So they just threw him aside, right? And they said, no, we want to rush to the defense of a demonized pastor who's a flat earther, unless recently, and dumber than fuck, right? Like one of the stupidest people out there, I believe, and I don't know how you couldn't see it. And I'm so glad he came here to let me say it, because how dumb do you have to be to believe in flat earth, right? Dumber than fuck, as I've said. That is an appropriate expression. Just try learning English. No. Where's little fat Harry again? So little Harry Dick comes here because he doesn't have any arguments for the master. And he tries to support a demonized pastor because his cock's in his mouth. So he leaves his wife, puts his demonized pastor's dick in his mouth, and his Ahab rules that are misogynistic and that any little bitch who has to follow should go to prison over, right? If you need another man to tell you how to act like a man, you're a bitch. So little Harry has the bitch pastor's dick in his mouth, who's got such stupid crew members, he has to write them Ahab rules, right? Oh my gosh. So I tell little Harry, hey, little Harry Dick, since you're here defending a demonized pastor, can you give me one argument of his? Harry, you said this demonized pastor was going to end me. Then I say, okay, since you're so confident in that, that would be the day, right? So funny to me. I say, okay, well, I always hear about this big bad demonized pastor and I haven't heard one single thing. Can you tell me one of his arguments, right? Just one? Anyone? Hey, demonized pastor who yells at your kids who I had to block earlier because you came here and you messed with me over a fat pig? Can you have someone put down one of your best arguments, for the Trinity or eternal generation, since you couldn't do it? You've had over 3.5 hours here and all your crew following your Ahab rules and bitching out on their wives so they can come and join my live because they follow your dick in their mouth. And so since you came and shoved it in here over a fat pig and you didn't have any arguments on behalf of your God? Yeah, so Harry, can you give me one of your demonized pastor's arguments? I guess, no, here's Harry. What is this guy talking about and why does he look like my grandmother? Okay, so Harry, you look like a pig and I don't look old at all. I have 0 wrinkles actually. Or if I do, they're really, really slight. So you attack my physical appearance like a pig and your demonized pastor. This is all he can do. This is all we can look forward to from your demonized pig pastor. He doesn't have any arguments, you understand? So we already know this. It's over. So Pig Harry comes here, gets sodomized and raped, and he says, in response to my asking him for one argument from the demonized pastor, he has his dick in his mouth. He doesn't have one. Instead, he says I look like his grandmother because that's the only argument his demonized pastor can give. He doesn't have anything. He's an idiot, and he's always been stupid. Why anyone thought he had any arguments, I don't know. Can you name one? I can't. He's been sharing my videos to his classes for, what, a decade or more? Sounds like he's been trying to use my stuff, not his. You sure you know what you're talking about? Because I'm going to show you don't, and I'm going to show that demonized fat pig pastor he's an idiot if he even dares to attack me like I know he will, because that's all he can do. And guess what? I'm going to attack you in the ways that prove you're stupid. And what are you going to do? You're not going to be, can you change stupid? No. So little Dick Harry, you've been messing with my demonized pastor and you look like an emaciated cocktail waitress. Hey, little Dick Harry, why don't you go get a drink at your cocktail bar and your demonized pastor can come along and sodomize you, okay? Because so far, Harry, these are your comments. These are little Harry's 3 comments that he left his wife over to come and lust after his demonized pastor. He said, my demonized pastor is probably going to end this guy. I said, oh, really? Well, what's one argument he has? He responded, what's this guy talking about? And why does he look like my grandmother? I point out he's stupid, not responding to a pig. So he says, Greg, why are you messing with my demonized pastor if you look like an emaciated cocktail waitress? Rapes himself again, shows his pastor's dick still in his mouth, attacks me personally, can't show one argument from his demonized pastor, not one. And then he says, why don't you invite my demonized pastor up, Greg? Well, idiot, your demonized pastor used his appearance pass to bring up the very person that I'm engaged with in a hostile argument and asked me to do something only a stupid fat pig would do, what I've already done, and what anyone who would think of doing would have to question. What the hell would I want to do that for with someone who insulted me 5 times and kicked me off after 10 minutes? So you have a fat idiot pastor who doesn't have any power over any demons, including you. So little Harry Dick, you got annihilated just like your pastor. None of you have any arguments. Your doctrine is dead. How embarrassing for you guys. It's over. Right? I know, John. Why does Harry Dick's grandmother, this is John Luis Oscarep, why does Harry Dick's grandmother look like an emaciated cocktail waitress? I know, right? We'll pull up pictures of all these people's family. Oh, yeah. Let's see how their cocktail waitresses look with their demonized pastors trying to exorcise their demon of alcohol, right? These people are so stupid. I mean, they're literally bringing up some of the most discredited pigs out there. Fat Sam, who got annihilated so many times, right? He's been blowing out more than the homos we're in. Demonized pastors who are so discredited. They got to come and join a live with someone who doesn't care about them because they're stupid and irrelevant. Why anyone thought they were, I have no idea. Can anyone share with me one thing that this demonized pastor has ever said that's special? Again, I can't think of anything. I don't know what. It just shows how stupid they all are, right? I mean, literally thinks the earth is flat or dead. So dumb is like an understatement, right? So we already know these people are bitches and stupid, right? It's the only reason I let this go on was because we're doing a Sam Extreme Live show, and none of these pigs had anything substantive to share except Ted Gunderson. Ted, if you're a Trinitarian, you should be proud of yourself. Ted Gunderson and all Trinitarians who are with him should be proud of Ted for standing up for his God and actually trying to make an argument responsive to this show. He's the only one I can see who did so in almost 4 hours. We had a demonized pastor who's dumb as fuck. Sorry about that. Show up. I mean, literally a bag of rocks, dork, right? For some reason, just because he like acts aggressive when he's pretending to exorcise demons, right? Let's smash this pig. Right, I'd send him packing in 2 seconds. You kidding me? You guys are idiots. You're bitches. You're mine. You don't have one single argument, and I have the time. And your bitch pastor came here and got smoked. Sam's already croaked. And you guys showed up here while your wife is getting hammered by the mailman. You bitches and your bitch pastor and your Ahab rules have you raising kids that aren't even yours. Because your wives know you mistreat them like that, you tell them not to call for hours, guess what? They're calling the mailman. Package delivered. You better get a blood test. Because you Ahab pigs who follow this dumb pastor, you might have kids that aren't your own. Because you're spending all your time here getting sodomized, getting annihilated for everyone to see. You came here, messed with me, and instead of defending your God, you got annihilated. Everybody, you should feel proud. We have defeated these pigs. We've beaten the Catholics. We've beaten the Protestants. We have destroyed the Orthodox pagans. We have annihilated without even having to try the demon pastor guy and all his bitches who couldn't do anything but come here and get sodomized to their britches. No arguments, nothing. They got arguments in their face. Hebrews 1:7, 1 Corinthians 15:45, Revelation 1:5, Colossians 1:18. Created at his resurrection exactly like I told you, just like Adam was created at his creation. Parallel, right there. Game over. Demonized pastor, fat masturbating pig. We win, everybody. You should feel proud of yourselves. These pigs, they don't understand the church fathers. They don't understand the biblical languages, and if they do, they lie about them. They barely understand the shape of the earth. They barely have a shape to their dick. And if they do, it's time they cut it off, just like Paul said, right? I wish you guys would cut your dicks off because you're not using them on your wives. The mailmen are. While you guys are here getting sodomized with your demonized pastor in the lead, promoting a fat, masturbating pig for everybody to see. How about that? What was his argument again? Exactly. Nothing. So awesome. So incredible. Aliyari Brandon, hi, new to this view of the Bible, I gotta say, fits a lot of what I also think. I'm making my way of your backlog of videos. Greg, can you recommend where to start to take this seriously? Absolutely. Now, this isn't the most serious show in terms of our content. We had a demonized dumbass pastor come here earlier and act like a total fucking idiot. I'm in colloquial mode, so we talk like normal people here. We're not stuck up pigs who act like we don't speak normally when we're not with our kids or when we're talking about pigs. Right, like Paul and Jesus and others, they do the same thing. Not all the time, of course, just when we're dealing with pigs, evil beasts, and caca. So I would say, Alieri, the last video I did, Trinity discussion, number 1, just the other day, start there. Now, that's going to be a more normal, oriented review and refutation of Trinitarianism and a more thoughtful discussion. These are refutation videos, okay? So if you see Pig Sam or Fat William or a demonized pastor on a thumbnail, that's meant to be a response to those pigs. They're not Christians. They're demonized Ahabs whose wives are cheating on them while they're gone, pouring their time like bitches into someone's live stream without responding to their substantive arguments. Exactly. They came to promote a fat masturbating pig and a demonized pastor. Right. So if you see any of that, that's me hammering them and beating their ass spiritually because someone has to do it so nobody thinks they're serious. They're pigs, okay? So any video without a pig, demonized pastor, a fatso on a moped, or a pervert looking like a demon and with Kit Kats, any video without that stuff, do that one. Do the Trinity one first, the Christian Witnesses of Live discussion, Christian Witnesses of Jah Live discussion, all of those really good. Maybe start from number 50 or 52 backwards. This demonized dumbass pastor, I think he's just a stupid ass, right? He always has been. Has had nothing and has nothing. He's just a stupid flat earth pig who somehow became relevant because of this fake exorcism, right? Which is all fraud. Everyone sees that now. So I don't care what he does. To me, it can only make me better. And I have so much showing how stupid this pig is in substantive ways that will burden his ass if I have to put that up. We'll have his family watching how stupid he is forever if he wants to pull this shit stuff in his little bitch community of pigs. You come here and you mess with me again, you little bitch, when we all know you don't know shit, and I'd smoke your ass and every bitch with you. And your fat masturbating champion pig. Yeah, you do that again under any name you want. Let's see what kind of arguments you have. You don't have anything. You never did. Get your ass back home. Better check on the mailman. Get a blood test for your kids. The ones you're yelling at? Exactly. Not normal. Demonized pig. Let's see what other fatzos we have here. Ted Gunderson sodomized himself. He really had nothing. Remember, Ted Gunderson was the only one. He actually came here and tried with a stupid argument that's been destroyed so many times, right? Like, how stupid would you have to be to join my live and not know I've like talked about I am more than any non-Trinitarian on the planet. Did you know that, Ted Gunderson? No, because you're stupid, right? That's why, in spite of me talking about it all the time, you acted like you didn't ever hear anything. And that I am, which you couldn't even figure out at all, meant eternal generation. So credit to you for trying, but you're still stupid and worshiping a fake God. How's it make you feel, Ted? Ted, how does it make you feel you didn't have one argument to support your fake God? And your demonized pastor, he didn't have anything either. Just a fat masturbating pig who also exactly has nothing. You guys are finished. We've defeated you. That's why you don't have arguments. That's why we are rising, and you've got people with demons leaving God and bad-mouthing you. Exactly. Good job. Very nice. So we can see Sloppy Shoes sodomized himself. Remember, everyone, these are pigs. They actually act like I want them here. What would make these pigs think I want more people here? Why would anyone think I would want more demonized pastor bitches and fat masturbating pervert followers to come here and tell me I look like a cocktail waitress when they've got their demonized pastor's cock in their mouth? Right? You're literally here wasting your time not answering my challenge, allowing your God to die, watch your demonized pastor get sodomized live, and see your fat champion masturbator get exposed even more with the Bible. Does anyone have a Bible verse? Right? I mean, what are you guys doing out there? Is this all for money? I don't do this for money. Exactly. Get out of here. The fewer the better if you're fat pigs. You follow a demonized pastor who yells at his kids? Why would I want you here? I just have to spend more time exposing you, right? Exactly. Let's see. I've already debated multiple people on third-party platforms. I don't get invites from anybody. When I do, I go if they're credible. So what you're saying, Angel, is just a stupid comment. Would I do a third party? I mean, that's so dumb, right? Who would come here and ask me whether I would debate big, fatty, little, anybody? I mean, what exactly is your confusion, right? How stupid are you? Bunch of pigs. You fat idiots. I went on your demonized fat shows live. He disrespected me, kicked me off, lied to everybody, and said I ran away. You think I'm going to tolerate that from you idiots? Grown men don't listen to pigs. Demonized pastors. You guys are kooks. You're geeks. And you don't know shit. If you did, you'd be putting it in your comments. Unbelievable, man. I've ripped your guys' asses apart for years. You don't have shit. I've beaten your best people. What are you talking about? You guys don't have, if you're new, first place you go, check my videos. If you don't know, listen to what I'm saying. Okay, maybe you're new. That does explain a little, Angel. No problem. But asking me if I would debate on a third-party platform, I mean, you got to take a little bit of a look, right? Are you just joining a live stream of somebody that you absolutely had no idea? You just random out of nowhere? I mean, try to get to know me a little before you make that comment, right? Because it gives the impression that it's not true. Just like the demonized pastor, right? It's stupid. It's infuriating that we're dealing with these pigs. Yes, we don't like initiating the aggressive debates either, Alieri. That's why I made it clear on this one. That's what this was for. So I have videos where I don't do this specifically, where I keep it more, moderate. And then I have videos where I'm going to take someone to town. I'm going to expose them because they came after me, came after my God, attacked me personally, lied about me, misrepresented me. So what do you mean? Did they do that to you? And this isn't once or twice, okay? I'm talking about decades of bullshit. And with Sam, I'm talking about other stuff too. So to come here and to act like that is so inappropriate. Right? If you have something to say, you want to be a man, you get your ass in here, you put your comment down, you ask your question. I don't need you to come here and talk to me about a third party. I'm a grown man, okay? Put your pants on and act like a man. Okay, stop lying to people about demonism and acting like a bitch. Okay, show up, put your stupid question down, and get your ass handed to you. So stupid, these idiots come here and waste their time while their wife's getting nailed by the mailman. They stick up for a big fatso and a demonized pig. Not one argument. Where are the arguments? What's going on here? You gotta be kidding me. This crew of limp dicks show up, defend this demonized pastor with his cock in their mouth and they can't put one scripture down. Are you kidding me? What a bunch of pigs. Little hairy dick, Micah 5:2 destroys my non-Trinity. Explain that. No. Harry, I have a whole video on that. I have two. It teaches the Messiah was created from eternity. Not from eternity. Created from long lasting. That's what you say. Created from eternity. You can't have created from eternity. That's our whole point. My bad. You guys drive me nuts. No, I have a whole blog article. We've examined every single instance of the involved terms, Harry. So you're stupid again, aren't you? It says the Messiah was created. Sorry, he uses the exact same expression relative to his going forth that wisdom was created in Proverbs 8, used in Proverbs 8:35 in the Greek to translate it. High exodoi, his goings forth, his coming out from early times. So little hairy dick has no answer. He cites Micah 5:2, which actually disproves eternal generation. It proves I've looked at every single instance of the verb and the other terms involved and show, sorry, he's created just like all the other texts and terms prove. So little hairy dick disproves his view of eternal generation with Micah 5:2, which proves our view. Just read a couple verses later, hairy dick, and Micah 5:4, that same created Messiah, he's shepherding in the name of his God. Right. It's not his name because he doesn't come in his own name. John 5, if he did come in his own name, we would have accepted him, or they would have accepted him. Instead, like Micah 5:4 says, after Micah 5:2 proves he's created, since you give no sophistication to your argument, you haven't established anything. I can annihilate you right now in Hebrew and Greek. Okay? So we can look at the text, Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek. Right? Are you ready? Bring it up. What's your argument for Micah 5:2? Any language. Let's go. So all you've said is it destroys my view with no comment. It doesn't. I have a whole video where I go through every instance of the terms involved, where I show that the terms involved, Harry, prove that he's created. He's not eternal. So what we need, Harry, is for you now to show that you understand Micah 5:2. I'm going to give you a couple minutes to do that. Go use the restroom, come back, you get one chance. Are you ready, Harry? Go. Okay, so let's see if little Harry Dick was able to show anything. All he did was cite a text and lie about it. We've already done videos about it. We know all about it. Okay, so little Harry, we thought you would do that, right? Harry says, Harry, well, first of all, Harry, you're stupid, aren't you? Harry says, olam, same term used of the Father. Well, first of all, Harry, olam is a term used of a lot of people and things, right? Even mountains, right? So let's show how stupid Harry is. Harry says Micah 5:2's use of olam proves eternal generation. All right? So let's go to Micah. Let's see if olam means eternal. We got to, let's find the verse first. The NIV sometimes. Is it Micah 7? Let me go back to the Hebrew here. We'll find, so don't worry. I know in Micah 5, but I'm going to show you something, little Harry. I just forgot the text itself. I know it's right here. So before I do anything else, let me just see if I can find it real quick. And let me bring up a search Bible too, so I can find, if I'm not able to find what I'm looking for, this will help me. Let's stick with this. I don't know which verse that was. I'm sorry. I forgot. I was going to want to show Harry. It should come up here. Was it Micah 5:7-7? Let me bring up NWT real quick. I think I can find it better that way. So Harry, let me show Harry this. So Harry, there's a lot of texts that use olam, but there's one in Micah. I should be able to actually, let me go to, I might be able to pull it up. I go to Micah. I could also go to other verses, but there was one in Micah I wanted to show you. Okay, so you're talking about olam. I wonder if it'll show me the Micah text. Okay, I can't find it that way. I'm looking for the Micah text, but let me show you, Harry. I'll find that text in Micah, but I'll show you right now, Harry, until I find that text, that olam does not mean that. Okay, and you should already know this. This isn't like a big deal. You don't really provide any sophisticated analysis. You're just repeating things that you have heard that are wrong. So, let's see. That's mountains were born. I was going to bring that text up for that. Okay. Let me bring up Micah 5, Micah 7. I could just bring up my translation, but let me see if I can find it this way. Give me 1 second, Harry. I will find that Micah text. So yes, Micah 5:4 does use olam. Many texts use olam. It does not mean, it can mean eternal. In fact, even that text in Psalm 92 I was just looking at, it says from olam to olam. That's different than just olam, which is used of many individuals. So long ago, all the day, far well long ago. I think it's 7:15. Let's try that. 7:15 is the one I was looking for. The reason I want to get this specific use of olam is because it's right in the context of Micah 5 up 4. So, well, there's many other uses of olam that have nothing to do with eternality. I like to use the one, I guess that's not, I think I'm getting closer though. Wonder why I can't find that. Let me see here. Let me just start with one because this I gotta find. This is a good one, Harry. You need this. First among mankind, with their hands broke, walked and asked me. It should say something like, there it is, 14. Oh, it's close. Sorry about that, but it wasn't on the tip of my mind this time. Okay, so Harry, look right here. Well, let's look at the NIV first, right? It's Micah 7:14, Harry. Shepherd your people with your staff, the flock of your inheritance, who lives by itself in its forest, in fertile pasture lands. Let them feed in Bashan and Gilead, as in days long ago. So we're clearly dealing with temporal acts, right? Things that didn't happen in eternity, but that happened at a point in the remote past. That's olam right there. Go to the Hebrew. I'll show you. Shepherd your people with your staff, the flock of your heritage, who dwell solitarily in a woodland in the midst of Carmel. Let them feed in Bashan and Gilead, as in days of old olam. So, did this happen in eternity, Harry Dick? No. Just like the Messiah wasn't installed or born from eternity, you pig. He was born early, long ago. Literally uses the same terms in the Greek that are unique to Proverbs 8:35 for wisdom's goings forth. Long ago, after she was created, the first of God's works, it's over. You guys are pigs and pagans. Harry, you couldn't even take the time to look up the uses of olam in the book of Micah. Yeah, so if you had done that, Harry, you would have found within a couple chapters of Micah 5 that you were wrong. Right, olam doesn't mean that. It only a couple times means eternity, like in Psalm 92, from olam to olam. That's not Micah 5, and that's not Micah 7:14. It's you being stupid again, Harry, because you don't have any arguments. You never did. Oh, George. Appreciate that, George. That was the one. That's okay. I needed to find it. I knew it was there. I was like, where's that? John, Luca, that's a good one to show that. Ever read Genesis 9:12, Genesis 49:26, Harry? Look at a concordance, retard. That's John Luca Oscar. He's right. You're a retard. You all are. These guys are so stupid, right? These dorks that run over to the Trinity, follow their demonized pastor, and humiliate themselves publicly like idiots and bitches. These dorks don't even know uses of olam that don't mean eternity. And they can't even figure out there's no way that Messiah in Micah 5 could be born from eternity because his God's Yahweh and the connections are with wisdom, the first creation of Yahweh, but you guys are stupid, right? You're dummies who believe in second century apologists who are pigs, pagans, even if they lived. Now, so little Harry Dick got owned. He got annihilated, right? This little pig came here with this stupid text and got sodomized. And all he has to say is, Sam is your master, Greg. Oh, really? Guy can't even watch my videos, you stupid idiot. He's such a baby and a bitch like you, Harry. He has to humiliate himself all of Proverbs 18:13 and admit repeatedly he's not watching what he's talking about. There's your champion. There's your fat masturbating pig. Little Harry Dick got sodomized live. Nice job, Harry. Enjoy your sodomy. Looks like people in the comments smoked you too and blew you out with the same text and others on Olam. Okay, so that's all they got. Ted Gunderson, who came here and sodomized himself, at least he tried, right? And then he shoved his dick in his ass with an argument we've responded to like what? For 30 or more years, right? So stupid. So he double-donged himself live and brought up I am, right? Oh boy, did your demonized dumbass pastor tell you that one? What did you learn from my videos about that? Nothing, I guess, right? Okay, neither did you. All right, so we had clown after clown. We had Ted Gunderson clown himself with I am, of all things, right? So stupid he doesn't even know a blind man uses it. Then we had little Harry Dick come and suck on his demonized pastor's cock while not answering our question and citing a text that actually disproves his view, right? He's got stupid. So little Harry Dick is stupid, got sodomized, and refuted. The demonized pastor showed up to interrupt and actually messed with me when I have not mentioned him at all. Dumbass move, fatso. And he promotes a fat masturbating pig on top of it. I guess he's finally found out the earth isn't flat though, right? That was good. So there's some learning going on, right? It took him 40 some years. Either way, is there anything here? I'm going to give it one more shot. One more try, right? I'm embarrassed for them, right? I'm embarrassed for these people who lie to everybody, try and sell their stupid mobile homes while not removing demons, and doing so to get people to leave their family, not tell them to stay with their family and they'll just have to find someone else to live in their piece of shit mobile home. And then, lie to everybody about demons and create a big spectacle that embarrasses everybody and the atheists go crazy. And then we get these pigs coming here, right? Coming here and interrupting our stream when we don't have anything to do with these kooks. Do we believe you're God? Yeah, are we out here talking about you, pigs? What the hell are you doing here if you're not answering my question or dealing with the issue? Why are you coming here and leaving your wife to get nailed by the mailman while you're Ahabing? Or trying not to Ahab, right? Dummies. What are you doing here? We don't believe you. We don't care about your stupid fake God. You understand? You figured that out yet? Why don't you go help your wife and your kids and your fat pig masturbating champion? Why don't you go try to actually get a demon out of someone and keep it out? Huh? Is that too much to ask? Damn. There's some pastor, huh? That's not true, Jim. We're not afraid of anyone. I smoked Sam, and these people are bitches. Can't even present an argument. You can't present an argument. You got smoked because you're a bitch too. I've been trying to debate all of you. You run from me because you know I will smoke you. You all avoid me, and you do it intentionally because if I get on live with any of you, and Sam knows this, it's over. Your fantasy comes crumbling down, you understand? It's a good thing you guys had that break after I smoked your champions. You don't have anyone left. And if I get on live with you bitches like I did with Sam, same thing's going to happen. You're going to get your ass handed to you. You don't even have an argument, and you're linguistically retarded. Okay? So you can lie to yourselves all you want that you're fat, masturbating, non-working pig champion, and your demonized, child abusing, idiot pastor could somehow what? Can't respond to one thing I say here, but somehow are going to turn me out live when they can barely read English and interpret the Bible. They think the earth is flat. At least one of them did. You know, you guys are a joke. You're my little bitches. And you have nothing. You never did. All you have is this. Beliefs that aren't true. Lying to yourselves when we all know what I would do. That's why your bitch pastor and your fat pig couldn't come here and put an argument down. You couldn't put an argument down. Ted Gunderson came here and said, I am. Got smoked, pig. Then we had little Harry Dick come, claimed Olam, proved eternal generation, got smoked, sodomized, pig. Does anybody else? Then Jimbo comes here. He's got a fat masturbating champion and a demonized pastor's cock in his ass. So he's here trying to promote them, and he doesn't have any arguments because he can't defend his God. It's a fake God. So he just defends this demonized pastor with his dick in his ass, right? Makes up all this stuff so they feel better about themselves while their wives are getting Ahabbed, right? They got to go get a blood test because all this time they're spending away from their kids and wives to tell themselves lies about these dorks, right? These people who don't have one argument to their name they can mention. Exactly. We translate the Bible here, you little bitch. We'll tell you what it says. And then you little bitches can run and hide because you won't be able to understand it, okay? Go put that pastor's dick back in your ass before it starts stinking here. Shh. That's the only advantage to that. Plug it up, man. Get something. Pigs. Where's Harry Dick? So little Harry doesn't even know his demonized pastor was here. So stupid. Harry, we can see that you're kind of dumb. So I'm not going to ban you because I don't want to, in case you're maybe mentally disabled. I don't want to be accused of abuse. A Raymond comes here, asks no question, pigs himself. So again, everybody, remember, these people don't have arguments. All they know how to do is try to make a demonized pastor who believes in flat earth look better than you by promoting a fat pig and then not being with their wives who are getting nailed by the mailman. So they try to attack you personally, like they'll call you, say you have wrinkles, or attack your face. They don't have arguments. So they have to attack like they're doing with Ruslan. the guy, the former rapper, this demonized pastor pig can't deal with arguments. So he just attacks people that are making more money than him, right? His construction company is failing, right? They're falling apart and they don't have enough demonized people to come and do their fraud. And they don't have any idiots who are just going to hand them money, right? So they can build a property instead of, tell the person, no, you might need that someday for your kids and your family. And we're not a pig. So they don't have anything to do. So all they can do is attack people like Ruslan like that. They go after Ruslan and they try to attack him. They try to read into his motives because they think they're the master and they're judging the master's slaves when they're just fat pigs who masturbate and don't exorcise demons because they're stupid. Right. And then the person comes back and exposes them for the pigs they are. So they're so butthurt and stupid. They got to come and invade other people's lives because they don't have anything but bitches who leave their wives because they're Ahabs and they got to come to another person's stream. So they get nailed by the mailman. They got to get a blood test. All while the demonized pastor, he doesn't have anything to say. No arguments, no nothing. He can't even exercise anything. He's a pig. So he teaches them flat earth and tells us that Ruslan only wants to make money because he thinks somehow that's going to make us not like Ruslan. But like all we care about is this bullshit that these pigs put up, right? Like we're all baby bitches like them, right? These pigs can't do anything. They're stupid, right? They're literally some of the dumbest people on the planet. They believe in flat earth, okay? If you have ever believed in flat earth for more than 3 seconds, you're stupid and a pig. If you've ever believed you've exorcised a demon and that demon went back, you're a stupid pig liar. You're a joke, dude. Why don't you go home to your wife and your kids and yell at them? You stupid idiot. Why don't you go build something? What a fat pig. These stupid dorks, man. So unbelievable. And then little fat hairy dick comes here. So stupid. So we've proven they don't have a God, right? Their God does not exist. It's over. They have no Holy Spirit. They never did. There have been no exorcisms by these people. They have no arguments. They lie. They're constantly going after other people on personal issues instead of the issues because they can't. They believe in creation ex nihilo, which is scientifically, provably impossible. So they're stupid. They believe in or have believed in seriously a flat earth, also scientifically disprovable and impossible. They're stupid. They believe in the Trinity, which is not provable by the Bible. Even their demonized pastor knows this, yet they require it of you or you're a heretic because they're too thin-skinned and butthurt to be the real heretics, which they are. They believe in two natures in one person, and you're not two people, even though one of the natures knows things and the other one doesn't know all things. One knows all things, the other one doesn't. Right. And since knowledge is an actual thing that a person would have to have, it has to be two persons, idiots. Right. So they're scientifically wrong, psychologically wrong, and just stupid as fuck on that. Right. Everything they teach and do is dumb and stupid and wrong. Go figure, right? I'll hand you 300,000. Here you go. Right. It's just like a community of morons, right? Just dumbass galore. Little man syndromes, stupid idiots, and pigs. And idiots who think Olam means eternal, always, eternal generation. Don't even check the context. Think I am is eternal. Don't check the context. And promote fat, masturbating pigs without putting down an argument themselves, showing they actually have something worth talking about. Got it. It was a great live stream, everyone. I'm glad I did it to prove how stupid they are, that they have no arguments, and that we win, right? All they know how to do is attack people. That's it. Attack their personally, attack them in whatever way that doesn't deal with the arguments. That's it. That's all these pigs can do. Even with Ruslan, right? They're so pig, bitch-like, instead of actually dealing with arguments that show you're a demonized dork and a pig who yells at your kids live, fatso. You like that? You big fatso? You stupid fat pig. It'd snap you like a twig, you little bitch, and you little army of bitches and twigs. You come here on your own time and interrupt my life for Fat Sam and your pigness and these bitches. You guys got smoked. Absolutely choked, clowned, and bitched, because that's what you are. And we have proven it. No arguments, no balls, nothing. I guess it was worth something then, right? We'll be able to tell everyone, hey, we went on live for almost 5 hours, and all we could get was a demonized, dumbass pastor who couldn't put down one argument, instead promoted a fat, masturbating pig who's been annihilated, and olam and ego eimi. That's eternal generation. That's what all these great religions in Christianity who claim they have a history. You don't have, your history's garbage, right? Your history's pig. All these pigs attacking everybody and their mothers and lying about exorcisms. Not one argument exists for this doctrine. And we proved conclusively using the Bible and sound doctrine, they're pigs, they're stupid. The Bible teaches Jesus was created at his resurrection. Firstborn from the dead, became a life-giving spirit, makes his angels spirits, flames of fire. So, that's pretty much it, everybody. So little Harry still has nothing. He's just a little sodomized bitch pig who just dropped a dick on his ass again. Came here and tried to speak more sodomy, right? What's this with these people? Little Harry somehow had to comment one last time about how small his penis is and how his demonized pastor has to sodomize him just so he can sleep at night. Thanks for nothing, Harry. You gave us olam. Yeah. So, Harry, you've never studied these things, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, what are you doing here? Do you actually have a girlfriend or a wife? Do you have a job? Did you come here for any reason other than to tell us how small your dick is and that your pastor likes to sodomize you at night? Was there any purpose to this? Because we were actually looking for an argument, not a demonized idiot or someone with a small dick. Anyway. No, Clumpy. You just have a clump of poop in your brain, right? So again, everyone, we saw 0 arguments from a demonized pastor. We saw 0 arguments from a fat masturbating pig. And there are no arguments from Catholics, Protestants, or the Orthodox pagans. There certainly were no arguments from any of these little bitches, right? These people with no wife, girlfriend, or life. They just run after these pigs because they're bitches and stupid. So we know we have won. They're dumb and lying, which we already knew. But now we have almost 5 hours that we can show everyone and say, hey, we opened ourselves up. And this is what we got. All we got were pigs, perverts, and demonized morons with plugs up their ass and bitches right behind them. Right? So I'm feeling pretty good. Sam is fat. Any demonized pastor who can't get demons out of someone? There's your answer. Earth is not flat. And anyone who thinks so, or whoever seriously thought so, should be in prison because you're too stupid to be interacting with people in real life. With that having been said, I'm going to go enjoy my life because it's clear, more than ever, we win, everybody. Jah, Jesus, you and me defeats these pagan bitches every single time.